Hello and welcome to the ancient city of Odense for finals day at the Yonex Denmark Open, presented by Denisa. This is one of the oldest tournaments in the sport of badminton, having first been staged in 1935. Nowadays, it's part of the elite tier of tournaments in the world of badminton, the Super Series. In fact, as you can see, it's the 9th event on the 12-tournament MetLife BWF World Superseries. Not only the 9th event, but also the 4th of 5 premier events, an even higher tier of tournament within the Super Series. All England, Malaysia, Indonesia, Denmark and China, those 5 premier events. And of course, at the end of the year, we have the Super Series finals as well. Well, as I say, it is finals day, and all 5 finals. We're starting with mixed doubles, and Go Sun-hyun and Kim Ha-na appearing today in their first ever Premier Super Series final. They're up against Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nassir, who are today appearing in their 4th consecutive final here in Denmark. Then we've got women's doubles and the qualifiers, Jung and Xing, trying to become the first ever qualifiers to win a women's doubles Super Series title. But it's a tall order. They're up against the world and Olympic champions, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. Then we've got men's doubles and Lee Yongdae and Yu Young-sung, the 2013 winners, appearing in their 3rd consecutive final here, having been beaten in the final a year ago. They're up against more qualifiers, Liu Cheng and Lu Kai. Then women's singles and the defending champion, Lee Shui-rei, also happens to be the Olympic champion. And what a day for PV Sindhu of India. This is her first ever Super Series tournament final. Then we finish with men's singles. The 2-time world champion Chen Long going for his 3rd consecutive Denmark Open title, his 4th in total. He's up against Tommy Sugiarto of Indonesia. Well, I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that sitting alongside me is former head coach to the Denmark team, Steen Pedersen. There you can see our matchup. Our first final is the mixed doubles. Ko Sung-hyun, the number 7 seeds, he's playing with Kim Ha-na up against the number 2 seeds, Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nassir. Well, as we wait for the players to come on to court, Steen, it is a wonderful thing that since the Super Series came into existence, this is the 4th time that all 5 finals have been contested by players from different nations. Well, this is the Super Series standings at the moment for the mixed doubles, and despite losing in the 2nd round, Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei will remain number 1, as indeed will the Indonesian pair. Whether they win or lose today, Ahmad and Nassir will still be number 2. As far as Go Sun-hyun and Kim Ha-na are concerned, if they win, they'll go up 3 places to number 3. If they're beaten in today's final, they'll only go up 2 places to number 4. Well, that's always a good thing as well, isn't it, to see 4 different nations in semi-final stage. Quarterfinals, there's one notable and absentee, and that, of course, is the world and Olympic champions. I was just telling you about Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei. They will still remain as number 1 on the Destination Dubai list, but they lost in the 2nd round. That was a huge surprise. Lost to that Korean pair right at the top of the draw, Shin and Che. So, Steen, yes, all 5 finals, mixed nationalities contesting all 5 finals. 4th time that's happened, it's good.
Very interesting finals we got up here. Some new names on the block. I noticed that Korea are in participating in 3 finals, all 3 doubles finals. Had Song Ji-hyun in the women's singles as well, but they're on a roll. Korea have had a great tournament here.
So, first of all, it is Go Sun-hyun and Kim Ha-na of Korea. And we'll come back to your point in a minute, Steen, because Korea's strength in doubles really is quite awesome. It's been that way for some considerable time, but what an occasion for this Korean pair. Their first ever Premier Super Series tournament final. The former world champions, Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nassir. A 4th consecutive final here at the Denmark Open. 3 times they've lost in the final. The last 3 years. 3 years ago, they lost to Shu Chen and Ma Jin. 2 years ago, they lost to Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei. And then last year, they once again lost to Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. Will it be fourth time lucky? Now, we noticed that yesterday, didn't we? The back support for 25-year-old Kim Ha-na. Kim Ha-na, the odd one out on court, because of course she's the only player who hasn't won a World Championship gold medal. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? She's a wonderful player, and we thought yesterday she was in tremendous form.
Yeah, she really has improved, at least since we saw her in the Sudirman Cup, where she was a little bit off form. But very interesting match to see if the Koreans can challenge the number 2 seeds.
Yes, indeed, this is one I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to all the finals, actually, but this one I think could be very intriguing. He really is a physically strong athlete, is the 28-year-old Do Seung-kyung. We saw a couple of dives from him yesterday. He's never adverse to throwing himself around the court in an effort to retrieve the shuttle, and it's always very dramatic and exciting to watch. Well, they are number 7 seeds. They are also number 7 in the world rankings at the moment, but they have been as high as 5, a total of 12 weeks at number 5 in the world ranking. As we saw, they're number 6 on the Super Series ranking, and prior to this year, the best they'd done in this tournament was a quarter-final. They won the Chinese Taipei Grand Prix Gold earlier this year, and you look at their path through to today's final. 3 games in the second round, and then in the quarterfinal, they defeated the defending champions and 2-time winners, Zhu Chen and Ma Jin, in 3 games. Yesterday, well, it was disappointment for the home fans because the 3-time former champions, Walker Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen, beaten by this Korean pair in 2 straight games. So to the number 2 seeds, number 2 in the world ranking, Tontowi Ahmad, 28 years of age, Liliana Nassir, now 30, turned 30 last month. They really have a very consistent record this year. This their 4th final in their 11th tournament of the year. Won the Asian Championships, lost in the final of the All England and the Koreans. So this their 3rd Premier Super Series final this year. Well, they had a bit of a battle in the second round, didn't they, against the Singapore pair, Danny Kretslanta and Vanessa Neo. 3 games there, as indeed in the quarterfinal against the number 8 seeds, Lu Kai and Wang Kia-xiong. Then in the semi-final yesterday, they beat the number 4 seeds in the World Championship silver medalists, Liu Cheng and Bao Yi-sin. Well, they really have been in good form now. This is the 6th meeting between the 2 pairs, and the last time they met was just last month in the quarterfinal stage of the Japan Super Series. And as you can see, 2 straight games for Do Seung-kyung and Kim Ha-na. That is the only time this year that the Indonesian pair have lost prior to a semi-final. I told you they were consistent. There's our umpire for this, Wolfgang Lund, and Artyom Arno of Estonia is our service judge. Well, neither of these pairs have won a Super Series title so far in 2015. They have both won Super Series titles previously. As far as the Koreans are concerned, only 1 Super Series title. That was last year in Australia, when appearing in their 3rd Super Series tournament final. But as far as the Denmark Super Series is concerned, of course, the Super Series came into existence in 2007. And here at the Denmark Open, only China or Denmark has ever won the mixed doubles title in that period of time. In fact, the last Koreans to win the Denmark Open, you go back before the Super Series, you go back 12 years to Kim Dong-moon and Ra Kyu-min. As far as the Indonesians are concerned, the last Indonesians, you have to go back even further, 14 years, 2001, for Trikush Arianto and Irma Wati.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Ko Sung-yoon and Kim Ha-na, Korea. And on my left, Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir, Indonesia. Kim Hana to serve to Liliana Natsir. Love all, play.
So the number 7 seeds, Go Sung Hyung and Kim Ha-na, against the number 2 seeds, Tontowi Ahmad and Liliana Nasir.
Love.
Just missed it. And Steen, how much do you think it plays on players' minds? I mean, for the Indonesians, this is their 4th consecutive final here. You know, does it play on an athlete's mind? Am I ever going to win this one?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I think they will take this match as a one-off match, and they definitely would like to get a Super Series win this year, I think.
Yeah.
Because that would boost their confidence. But I don't think they think too much about the past. It would be another case if they never won a Super Series or never won a good title, then perhaps it would be in the back of their minds, but right now I don't think so.
Love.
Oh, the reason I mentioned that is because I certainly experienced that. I was in 7 British Open finals in 6 years, and I didn't win one of them.
No.
And I began to think, I'll never win one of them. Well, that's probably why they're champions, and I never achieved the heights that the Indonesian pair have achieved. Oh, it's a very, very good start by the Indonesians, isn't it?
Yeah. I had a little debate with myself who I saw as the favorite, and I came to the conclusion that I think the Indonesians are the favorite in this match, even though they lost the previous meeting to the Koreans. I think they've played well this tournament and have been able to find answers whenever the opponent was asking some questions. They've responded well, and I think the Koreans also have played really well and responded very well yesterday when they fell behind in the first game against the Danes, came back in the first game, won it, and totally dominated the match. But I still think they're a little bit more inconsistent. So if they are on top of their game, we're in for a treat, I think.
Yeah.
1-6.
It's a little bit more likely, in my opinion, that the Indonesians will take the victory. Wow.
2-6. Let's play a let.
Yeah. I don't think he saw that hand from Ahmad Ko Sung-hyun. He's not really looking too much at his opponent when serving.
Total confusion. Yeah, both leaving it for the other.
3-6.
Oh, great shot.
You need your racket.
So that's a good deception. If you can make the opponents lose their racket.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Good gracious.
4-6.
Once again.
Yeah.
And Ahmad used the opportunity to change the shuttle, and I don't think the Koreans were too satisfied about that.
No.
Oh, great coach.
Yeah.
I think the Koreans have worked a lot on the specific tasks of Kim Hana. What is she actually to cover, and what will Sung Hyun cover? And we know, of course, that he can cover an awful lot of court.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Well, this is an extraordinary start to the final. 6 straight points to the Indonesians, followed by 6 straight points to the Koreans. Yeah, I think they've been working on her soft play too.
Yeah.
And awareness of where the gaps are.
Yeah, and that she has to focus on the net. She's not to be focused backwards. We see that sometimes that the female players in mixed doubles are focused backwards. But the main, or the first priority is to win the net. If you can win the net against the opponents, you have a very good chance of winning the match.
Oh, there we go. Oh! I very nearly made good contact with the second one. The odds were stacked against him. But here we are. Here's the dive.
6.
Good service.
Oh, look at that defence. Oh, couldn't capitalise. Beautiful defence there from Liliana Nasir. Look at that.
And we discussed that yesterday, that maybe it's actually a better idea for the opponents today, the Koreans, to direct a lot of their attack against Tontobi Ahmad, because he tends to not be so strong in turning it around as Liliana Nasir. Or at least you can't target Nasir if you're out of position yourself. Well played. Whoa, another dive.
My goodness. I told you he was exciting to watch. Oh, well, I think perhaps his philosophy, following your thought process as well, but that wasn't the right opportunity to smash on Ahmad. Going cross court like that and leaving a huge gap.
10-7.
Yeah, simple put away. Miss-hit defensive shots.
Ko sets it up for a kill by Kim Hana, and that's not unimportant to sort of provide your playing partner self-confidence by winning points.
Unbelievable. Oh. Fabulous rally. And the three-time beaten finalists. The Indonesians have a 3-point advantage at the mid-game interval.
자세가 빨리 가서 빨리 쬐주는 거는 미끼란 말이야.
29
빨리 닦게 주는
shots.
거는 지금처럼 막 여자한테 손으로 때리고
What a
남자 때리고.
variety of attacking shots we got there.
아니야.
Steep ones, cross ones, flat ones. They tried everything and eventually prevailed.
이렇게 자꾸 제가 빼잖아. 실제 먼저 안 올린단 말이야, 뺀단 말이야. 그래서 중간볼 안전하게 또. 직선마다 중간으로 놔둬, 중간으로. 계속 중간으로 한번 내가 대학으로 밀어버리는 거야. 어? 중간으로 한번 붙여봐, 중간으로.
Well, it's been a very good start to this final, hasn't it?
Kita banyak nggak poinnya kalau mereka servis tuh. Jangan terlalu kalem pembukaannya. Ya tadi sekali-sekali kamu sodok aja, panjangin dikit ya biar ganggu. Jadi kalau kamu kalem doang dia biar satu-satu tuh, teng. Ya. Depannya tuh gitu, sering-sering kamu rem nggak enak dia.
Over with
Ya.
Yanto.
Jadi kalau belakang kalau nggak enak kamu cop kanan cewek cowoknya tuh nggak enak feelingnya. Tapi kalau sini dia bisa ngatur tuh. Kalau sini nggak terlalu enak dia. Cop turun ke kanannya aja. Ya. Ayo fokus tuh kalau pas pembukaan tuh. Ya. Defense-nya gitu, Ted. Ya, kamu teng enak tuh berapa kali. Dia nggak enak tuh. Jangan gitu-gitu terus, kamu atur aja. Ya. Ayo.
Yeah, it's good variation on the angle and
Very good variation, and I think that's part of the Indonesians' game plan. We know that the Koreans, they have a quite solid defense, and especially here in this arena here where there's not a whole lot of drift. So really important to keep the opponents guessing.
Service over, 9.
no service short. We do have front service line judges here for the finals.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent coverage by Kim Hana. It's so important to be alert and have a good strategy for these transition phases where the female player tries to make her way to the net, whether it's the Korean girl or Natsir, as we saw here.
Oh. Kim Hana so sharp during this tournament at the front of the court. I think that's one choice of shot from Liliana Nasir.
It's great coverage, and she can be almost certain that it's going to be played back at her again because Natsir is going to challenge at the net. That's what she does, and that's what she's good at.
No, back level. 4-point deficit has been closed.
12 all.
Excellent return.
Yes, good interception to finish it off from Nasir.
And there's not many female players who goes for that in the backhand.
It's brilliant, isn't it? She has such an understanding and reading of the game.
I think Ko Sun-hyun missed a chance to throw himself there.
Yeah, got herself in a bit of a muddle, didn't she, at the back of the court there? But it emphasises the point you've just made about that transition phase when you've been pushed to the back as a female player. You want to get into the net.
You got to have a plan, or preferably several plans. So if the first
Yeah.
one is not working out, you can try something else. But here she got covered in somewhere in between, caught somewhere in between. Interesting that the Indonesians are serving towards the sideline from the right service field.
To both players.
This time to Kim Ha-na, but we've seen Natsir do it to Ko Sung-hyun as well.
Oh, that's well taken. Goodness me, she has improved so much, hasn't she?
14 all.
She has lifted the combination, because she definitely was the weaker part in Sudirman Cup, where they lost 2 out of the 3 games. I think perhaps the Indonesians will try to push the shuttle 5-10 centimeters further into the court when they're playing the net, and that would spell trouble for Kim Ha-na, where she might still try to intercept, but she will have a much greater risk of committing mistakes. You've seen earlier that Natsir is so good at that, hitting in between the 2 opponents.
16-14.
Good rally.
Great defense by Natsir, who turns it around.
Very good rally. Come on.
Well played. Well played by the Indonesians, and also by the Koreans, actually. Excellent rally.
Efter denne kamps første sæt skriver Jochen Fischer autografer op i badminton Danmarksstanden på første sæt. Du er efter første sæt.
17-14. Lane.
She's very alert,
Yeah.
Kim Ha-na.
Fifteen, 17. Service over.
Yeah, it may look like a nothing return of serve, but it's extremely clever and extremely
18,
effective.
15.
What does a player do? Do they try and take it on the forehand side, or do they try and take it on the backhand?
Yeah.
It's that little awkward area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Service over. 16, 18.
This was where the Koreans were really good yesterday. They've been playing catch-up all this first game and managed to steal it anyway. Yeah,
Yeah,
well played.
yeah, and that was the decisive move forward.
Yeah, it was. And also that Ko Sung-hyun chose to attack on Ahmad. And I think if Ko Sung-hyun is standing directly opposite Liliana Natsir, it would actually be much better to make a cross drop towards Ahmad and see if he can move himself in a position so he is directly opposite Ahmad and then attack him. Because it's simply too dangerous attacking Liliana Natsir because she turns it around. Oh. 6 power smashes. 7.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
It's so important, the willingness to work hard. We've seen him play softer smashes, ankle smashes. Now he works really, really hard for 7 shots in a row. What a great player. Oh, that's good placement.
It is, isn't it? Across the body, aiming towards probably that left shoulder.
And it's only a few centimeters. If it's a little bit more to the left, it's directly into the forehand of Kim Han-na, and they're in dire straits.
Two points from this opening game. And 2 points the advantage.
Two good service returns from Natsir lately.
Service over. 18-19.
Done well, haven't they? Back level. You said in the latter stages they were good. 19 all.
And this man here, Ko Sung-hyun, he's quite a bit better than Tontowi Ahmad when he's just a little bit below the tape.
Great
That's
play.
excellent play by the Koreans here.
Yeah.
Because we talked about it earlier in this tournament. Why serve short services to Natsir and be an underdog in the rally instead of flicking her and being equal? You just need a plan for what do you want to do after you've flicked her.
Yeah.
And that was perfectly executed by Ko and Kim.
Yeah, and that perfectly executed rally means that they have a game point opportunity. I wasn't sure that wasn't going wide.
And anyway, she probably should have left it to Ko.
Yeah.
He was just behind her playing shadow badminton.
Yeah.
The first one, he would have had a great opportunity to control it. Got a little bit too greedy there. Kim Han-na.
So 20 all, and extra points required until it's a clear 2-point winning margin.
Great play by Ahmad. Excellent.
Yeah.
Soft-paced shots, both of them. And he leaps exactly, it's exactly the same look as if he's power smashing.
Yeah, delightful. So having just saved a game point, now the Indonesians have a game point themselves. Yes. Well played. Yeah. And the reaction, especially from Liliana Natsir. She knows that opening game so important. I thought she did awfully well on the third shot too.
Yeah.
25 minutes for that opening game.
그냥 다 잊어먹고 괜찮아.
Delightful block.
하나
Natsir actually has a chance to intercept, but in a split second she knows that, oh, my partner will have a better position.
그때 급하게 쳐버리면 빨리 와버려.
So confirmation, 22-20 in 25 minutes.
게임 되니까 제대로 서비스 가졌을 때 점수만 몰점 안 주면 돼. 좀 신중하게 옆에 놔주고.
Kang Kyun-jin here offering advice to
자세가
the Korean side.
그러잖아. 자세가 어릴 때 그냥 강하게 치려니까 미스가 난단 말이야. 자, 잊어먹고. 그럴 때 이제 체력적으로 우리가 유리할 거야. 그래서 좀 많이 뛴다고 생각하고 중간볼 보고 또 내주고 하나 좀 빨리 움직여주고 또 서비스에 한두 개로 점 주면 안 돼. 어떻게 내려가야 돼 하나. 또 같이 내다시 올라가면은 올리고 그 다음부터는 딱 들어가면서 만들어주고 생이도 마찬가지고 이제 올리고 다시 당겨서 스윙만 크게 하면 남자가 못 때린다고. 자, 처음부터 다시 처음부터 처음에 초반에.
I thought he looked actually reasonably satisfied. Kang Kyun-jin, his coaching already left the court. Took his place on the coaching chair.
Only one of the Indonesian coaches has won a title here at the Denmark Open. Eng Kian won in 2000 with Flandre Limpele men's doubles. I was quite surprised that Nobel Widianto never won this Denmark Open with Liliana Nassir. One of the few titles they haven't won. They were a wonderful pair. 2 world titles, of course.
Pojokin aja kalau nggak kuat, jangan ke tengah. Ya, kalau pas mau nyerang, pas lagi enak lo buka nggak apa-apa sekali-sekali. Butet kalau gitu.
It always makes us chuckle and smile, doesn't it? The two different coaches speaking independently to the two different players.
But it actually makes sense here because Nova Widianto, a great backcourt player in the mixed doubles, and Eng Kian, an equally great net player in the men's doubles together with Flandre Limpele, so he could sort of use some of his experience to guide Liliana Natsir.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And if you're that experienced that Natsir is, then you certainly need some experts to advise you. And it's small things that she has to pick up on. She has, when the smash comes from Ahmad, she has from the shuttle passes her from behind until the opponent returns to sort of judge whether she's going to be in action here and where the opponent probably will return the shuttle.
3-1.
A number of times we see younger, inexperienced players, they turn around to see if their partner actually is going to retrieve the shuttle, and that will sort of divert their attention from the next shot that they're going to make.
Well, the body language of Kim Ha-na after that rally a little bit concerning. Very disappointed with herself.
He's serving well, Ahmad, at the moment. Very hard to do anything about it.
Oh, look at her movement there. Well, despite her look of disappointment after the previous rally, that's a great response.
Yeah, and it's so important, and I think often we, as outsiders, we say, oh, they're a little bit sad now, and you're allowed to be sad. You just have to sort of get over it and be ready for the next rally.
Yeah.
3-4.
Oi, she
Was
missed that
cool,
one.
good. Challenge
Yeah,
heads,
that's a
it's got to
challenge.
be a challenge.
Kim, no challenges called in.
It was immediate from Ko Sung-hyun, but
Yeah.
Kang Kyun-jin on the chair was almost...
Oh, look, that's not even close in badminton terms, is it?
No.
Dear, oh dear.
And the linesman looking behind to the big screen, waiting for the verdict. It's not going to be good.
Correction out.
And certainly not that spot where it was like 10 centimeters out.
4 all play.
Well, thank goodness for Hawkeye, because the whole point
Yeah.
is that
5
the correct and fair decision must be made in the end,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
should be made in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, good flick serve.
I would advise them to flick almost every single time to Natsir, because the point is you might not get an advantage out of it, but you won't be at a deficit immediately after her next shot.
Yeah.
And it will get her away from where she's confident. That's a great interception by Kim Ha-na.
Brilliant.
And now they're taking like, what, six
Straight points. Six
After
straight-
she looked a little bit
Yeah.
down.
But isn't that wonderful
Yeah.
that, you know, there's me getting concerned about her,
Yeah.
her mental state, and, you know, they always say the test of a champion is how you fight back after disappointment or through adversity.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 7 straight points.
I've tried that think positive attitude. I tried to induce that into some of the players when I was a coach, and I'm sort of ashamed when I think back of it, because you can't control how you're thinking. If you're thinking negatively, okay, accept it and get over it, and then you still have to play even if you're thinking negatively.
Yeah.
Oh, great defense by Ahmad.
Yeah, another clever placement.
Yeah, and
Slightly flatter.
exactly, a flat smash, and there's a big opportunity for Natsir to intercept, even if Kim Ha-na would return this one.
Kim,
So the only choice for Kim is to raise her racket and sort of counter-attack it. But she never knows whether it's a very steep shot from Ahmad or this flat one.
Oh, look at that defence.
Yeah.
service over.
Crikey. How did he generate that power? Take a look at this. There's no backswing.
9
It's
5.
all about the fingers and forearm strength.
That is amazing.
That was what the Koreans wanted before when Ahmad made the cross return. The soft shot there, where Ahmad has to sort of gauge the speed he puts into the shuttle himself.
Service over. Six, 10.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
How did she reach that? It's a great rally. Yeah.
But
Service over, 11-6.
Kim Hana has a little bit of problems in taking herself to the net when she's on the backcourt. Let's see if the Indonesians are picking up on that. Not that good at maneuvering herself to the net, as we've seen Natsir do several times.
So 5-point advantage for the Koreans in the second game. Yeah, you're right. Eng Kiang very definitely talking about the interceptions at the net. Nova Widianto, what Tantowi Ahmad should be doing from the back.
Enjoyed some good results when he was coaching in Singapore, Eng Kiang.
지금 잘 따라가고 있어. 잘 따라가고 있는 거야. 어? 자, 하나 놓고 끝내주려고 지금 잘 따라가주는 거야. 따라가 건드려주면 안 돼. 그걸 갖다가 따라가면 안 되고 내려놓고. 잘하고 천천히. 자, 여기서 이제 제대로 세트 잡았을 때 몰점 주면 안 돼. 그럼 붙여준단 말이야. 한 점 두 점 주더라도 한 점 따라가고 무조건 스타일 가야 된다는 거야. 무리하게 하지 말고 다시 올라오면 내려놓고 다시. 자, 여자한테 또 올려놓으면 두 번째는 만들어주고. 성인아.
11-6.
성인아, 힘내.
Play.
Unable to understand what he said, Kang Kyung-jin, from the body language and the tone of his voice. He seems like a very pleasant coach. Not at all sort of raising the tension level with his players, but seems like he's reinforcing them and supporting them well.
He was a very nice partner to play with as well. I played one tournament with him. He kept turning to me and smiling and giving me encouragement. We didn't understand the thing we were saying to each other, but it was great fun. He is a nice guy.
And a great player.
Fantastic player.
Played with Hate Kwan in men's doubles.
Yeah, won the 1997 All England.
Against Jon Hos Christensen and Michael Sogard.
Also a World Championship bronze medalist. 1999 in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
It's a nice change of pace again, isn't it?
You see, it's impossible to put pressure on Natsir unless you're in a very, very good position. She just stands there and defends herself.
But it's a nice idea. I like, even though she made the mistake.
Yeah,
you know,
blocking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liliana.
Three straight points.
She's taking it too low, Kim Hana. There's not a lot of margin for error there. Oi.
Oh my! Oh! Well, once again, a super rally. And once again, Kim Hana trying to do the right thing on the final shot. Well, making the error. This exchange was extraordinary. Kim Hana.
Please be. No, please be back.
Interception after interception from Kim.
Oi.
Oh, luck of the neckboard. My goodness me.
It's over.
And the Koreans just felt needed that because they'd just lost the previous 4 points. This is his physical strength, isn't it? You know, his movement, he was caught out really, but his physical strength of those powerful legs, getting himself in a position where he can return it.
And it's also his sort of agility that leaves room for Kim Han-na to concentrate on the net.
15-10.
In a certain translation from football, we could say that 70% of the earth is covered by water and the last is covered by Ko Sung-hyun. The rest.
Clever drop shots.
And he mixes it up really well, Ahmad.
Yeah, look what bent arm he's hit that with, though.
Yeah. Sometimes these soft shots, soft-paced shots, and then suddenly he goes into overgear and fire powerful smashes away.
Thank you. Service over. 11-15.
She's falling a little bit behind Kim Han-na on the service returns. Again, very little room for success here. If it's just a little high over net, Natsir will be there immediately.
Oh. Oh. Missed opportunity. He knows it. Yeah.
I also think the direction was wrong. I think he should have put it back towards this man, Tontowi Ahmad.
Lovely touch at the net from Liliana Nasir. Look at that, hit the top of the tape.
15.
Oh, this is extraordinary, isn't it? It was 7 points down at 6:13. Well taken.
That's not a formula for winning. Playing soft high shots to Liliana, and that's it.
Indonesians 9 of the last 11 points.
15-4.
Get themselves back level.
Another service mistake, service return mistake.
Yep.
And that has cost the Koreans dearly.
Yep.
15.
And it's such a shame because in the rest of the game she's played so well.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that movement.
Service over.
Yeah, Kim Hyun-jin looking a little concerned now.
All. Play a let.
good flicker. Oi, mishit. That's wide.
17-16.
Oof, what a good serve, though.
And then it was the opposite way around.
Yeah.
And Natsir was trying to make a good return from her forehand. And she's had a little bit better touch lately than Kim Hana, but not this time. That's one of the things that I think that Ko Sung-hyun has improved, not lately, but when they won the World Championship in men's doubles in 2014. Until that time, a lot of some of the Koreans, including Lee Young-dae, had been struggling with their services, and suddenly they came to the World Championships, and you could see that they've been practicing.
Yeah.
19-16.
2 points away from this second game. Oh, that was a better return of serve. In fact, it was brilliant.
Service over. $17-19.
Yeah,
Well played.
steep smash.
Yeah.
But it was the one beforehand as well. That one there.
The cross court from his backhand side.
18-19.
Oh, who's got the nerve? Oh, that's fantastic.
Service over.
2 game point opportunities for the Koreans.
20 game point, 18.
Remember, they had a game point opportunity in the first game but couldn't convert. It's gone wrong. This time they do. 21-18. And we will be treated to a third and deciding game.
Kim Hana, 21-18. 1 game off.
What a fabulous mixed doubles.
Nggak apa-apa ya. Ya.
48 minutes into the match,
Sering nafsu.
and it's 1 game apiece.
Tang batas-batasin bola enak, naik kamu pasang ceweknya tak poin terus. Tapi pas giliran kamu unggul sama, kamu gini lagi tok. Bukan harusnya messing terus.
Yeah,
Kamu
well,
messing kamu.
got out the way, let it go long.
Tok, arah-arahnya tapi jangan nafsu. Yakin deh, ya. Yakin aja buangan lo enak tuh. Ya. Poin, jangan penasaran, nembaknya ke ceweknya nggak bahaya, teng gitu doang. Kalau ke laki bahaya, kalau ke laki nurunin aja. Ya, mesti ngontrol itunya tuh, ya. Yakin aja. Ya.
Servis kayaknya poin terus ini.
Kenapa?
Jadi kalau sana servis ini banyak poin. Sana banyak poin.
Sama, kamu servis, kamu juga udah banyak poin. Maka pembukaannya kalau lagi banyak ke body aja nggak apa-apa tuh, enak tuh. Ya. Ceweknya roll nggak enak tuh. Keduanya kamu ambil.
Kenapa dia poin? Karena kamu pengen satu, langsung pengen mati. Ada satu.
Jagain aja, manjang doang, jagain aja dulu.
Kontrol dulu, bukan nggak boleh matiin, tapi kamu kontrol dulu.
Karena poin mereka dari situ tuh. Harus stop dulu, Wi. Harus ngepres dulu ayo deh. Jalan dulu aja bolanya gitu loh. Ya. Yakin?
Kontrol emosinya, Wi.
Ya. Ngaturnya nggak boleh mesti messing, Wi. Ada tok, ada penting ngatur terus aja, nggak usah nafsu.
Kiri-kiri, Wi. Lu messing ke kanan, kiri.
Mendingan sekalian.
Seems like Tontowi Ahmad is sort of raised a problematic issue that he sort of can't solve and is getting advice on that. And if I should sort of deduct anything from the body language, it was a little bit about where to return the services and so on, because Ko Sung-hyun has been really good in both of the sides. So let's see if they'll Try and target his body in the service returns.
자, 뒤에 아웃 보고, 천천히. 급하면 안 돼. 막 내려주고도 막 참고 오잖아. 내려오면 돼. 한번. 그럼 분사돼. 자, 요번에 왔을 때, 너도 드롭 한번 해. 드롭 해도 돼. 땡겨놓고 천천히. 이렇게. 오늘 드라이브 오는 거랑 밑에 오는 거 드라이브는 강히 쳐도 되고. 자신 있게. 점수 관리. 똑같이 잘 이기고 있다가 점수 관리란 말이야. 이게 뭐, 제대로 서비스 관리.
So third and deciding game.
1 love.
Well, I think both the women on court have realised that trying to push just slightly back from the net, both of them have been so alert today that they're trying to play tighter and tighter to the net, and in doing so are making 1 or 2 errors.
Yeah, or 3.
Yeah.
2 love.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it
landed
stays in.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to go long.
Just held up enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, lovely change of pace. But what were you saying? Why smash on Liliana Nassir?
Yeah.
Beautiful returns.
4 love.
Oh, that's well intercepted, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Full stretch, Kim Ha-na.
A little bit of luck because she can't really control that shot with her arm fully stretched.
That's here. Akbar challenges called out.
So, first challenge from the...
Yeah. And Kim, she looked back, but that's clearly out. Kim looked back at the umpire to see if it had been challenged. I think she was a little bit worried. She doesn't need to beat.
It was out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Akbar Datsir, 1 challenge remaining. 5 love.
That's good judgment.
6
And what a start.
Yeah. Well, this is reminiscent of the opening game, only the opposite way round, isn't it? Because the Indonesians rushed to a 6-love lead. Well, I can tell you we're not seeing it, but Liliana Nassir very much taking the commander's role and talking to her partner and saying what's got to happen, what they've got to try and do. Well, it was the powerful smash from Go Sung-kyung. Look at that. Body and soul into that one.
7
Force the short return.
love.
I think Ahmad will benefit from playing a little bit of a softer shot the first time he has the attacking possibilities.
Service over. 1-7.
Of course, it all depends on the situation. If it's very short, why not go for the powerful smash? And again, we see Kim Ha-na thinking a lot about the shot she missed, but it was actually a very good idea she had.
Oh, that's good placement.
7.
And you're right. I mean, that technically goes down as a drive, doesn't it? But it wasn't so much pace on it.
No.
It's great placement.
And could it be that shot that they discussed during the interval?
Quite possibly.
We saw that yesterday against was the Chinese combination, that they were playing a little bit more into the body of their opponents in the flat game.
Liu Cheng and Bao Yixing.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Ko Sung-hyun has the advantage over Ahmad in the flat game, just around the tape. But what if it's directed to the center line instead of the sides?
Eng Hyang nearest to us.
Oh, that's a bad serve. No!
Oh my goodness, how did he get that back? Look, he slips. And then plays a winner. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
He simply breaks so hard that he falls backwards.
9-3.
Well, the Koreans quite happy to keep Liliana Nasir at the back of the court. I was noticing that in the second game.
Yeah, but I've been thinking that she was quite good at maneuvering herself to the net.
That was desperately close.
Important for Nasir and Ahmad to score 2-3 points now.
Absolutely.
Go, please. Don't look at the screen.
Don't look at the screen. Was that?
Or flick the sweat, or I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh my goodness. Well, we've said she's improved.
Yeah.
That is an understatement. Look at that.
And here, the smash from that smash is not directed enough to the right side. We saw it in the first game that he was successful on that, where we mentioned that it's just a matter of centimeters before he's in big problems. And we saw that here. What happens if it's not accurate?
Yeah.
Tapi harus ada, jangan asal main. Ya, belakang kalau nggak enak atur dulu aja nggak apa-apa. Ya.
And that's what for the inexperienced viewer, it might seem that it doesn't really matter whether it's like 10 centimeters right or 10 centimeters left, but in fact it means the world.
Yeah.
Harus bisa yakin, masih bisa yakin, ya. Ayo, yakin, Wi. Tahan, Wi.
We sort of alluded to that during the women's doubles yesterday about the need for accuracy on the smashing, because if the women can defend, as we've seen in today's final, this mixed doubles final, defend the man's hardest smash, then
They
of
can
course
definitely defend the women's.
Exactly. So then it comes down to placement and angle.
Yeah.
앞에 여자한테 서비스 넣으면은 답답할 또
And
돼. 가만히 있으니까 나버린단 말이야.
that requires a lot of split vision, because you need to sense how the opponent's positions are.
Yeah. So a 7-point advantage. Korean pair, number 7 seeds.
Yeah. Kim Han-na almost got in the way of Ko Sung-hyun there.
12-4.
And it's tough times for the Indonesians now.
Yeah.
And we've seen that sometimes when they fall behind, that they tend to go for the quicker points, and it's rarely a good idea.
So what has happened? I mean, I know you've given one or two technical things, but is it purely that the Indonesians have partly gone off the boil, or is it that the Koreans have really started to play well. Real intensity.
I think the Koreans have played well.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten the game going on their sort of premises. Kim Ha-na has been excellent at the net. The only little thing to criticize is the service returns, but she's gotten well over it.
Look at that.
Excellent. And then Ko Sung-yo, he gets really good working conditions from the backcourt, and he's just, in my opinion, a better mixed doubles player than Tontowi Amat.
Yeah.
Tontowi Amat is really, really strong above the tape. Ko Sung-yo is the same, but he's also really, really good just a little below the tape where he can play flat back again with very high quality. Distinct trait of Korean mixed doubles players.
65.
Well, looks one-way traffic now, doesn't it?
But a very, very good match, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, one senses that it's almost now or never as far as the Indonesians are concerned.
Yeah.
Only one of those little runs they had at the start of the match.
We really have to see Natsir take a lot of responsibility and make interceptions like this.
Yeah.
Score some easy points on third shots after excellent services. Or perhaps now we have the situation where Kim Ha-na is having a little problem when she's served directly to the T spot, where she has to return with the forehand. I would suggest perhaps using the backhand. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good rally.
Yeah.
They did well to turn that around, didn't they?
And in many ways, it's significant for the game that the Koreans have been a little bit better overall in defense. Natsir has been excellent in defense, but Amat's defense is lacking a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's somehow he has too big a swing, and then he ends up taking it too late.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at the other players, and they're taking the shuttle out in front of him.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a little too close to his body.
And Ko is, of course, used to defending the best men's doubles smashes.
Yeah.
Whereas Amat is solely concentrating on mixed double. Great return from Natsir there.
He's landed in. Misjudgment. Yeah. Tontowi Amat kicks the shuttle away in frustration.
18.
He was in a good position, could have played it, but that's plumb on the line.
But if I'd only seen the Sudirman Cup and then being told that Ko Sung-hyun and Kim Ha-na won the Premier Super Series in Denmark, I would say, how did that happen?
Yeah. But isn't it a lesson to everybody in world badminton?
Is.
Go away, look at your game, improve on the weaknesses.
Exactly. Practice.
Yeah. And specific practice. We can see that
Yeah.
with the Koreans. Not just sparring games if you need to get better at the net, as Kim Ha-na did. And now she's superb at the net.
And that's a very important lesson, because, I mean, it's specific practice that pays off.
Yeah.
And people say about this 10,000 hour rule that you should do a thing 10,000 hours to be an expert, but you need to do it deliberately and be specific, because I've been driving a car for approximately 10,000 hours in my life right now, but I'm not anywhere near the Formula One drivers, because
No, exactly.
we
So
do all
it's
kinds of things.
Practice does not necessarily make perfect.
No.
It's only perfect practice that makes perfect.
Exactly.
It's gone long, and match point opportunities for the Koreans. Yeah. A first ever Premier Super Series title for Go Sung-kyun and Kim Ha-na. It's only their second Super Series title in total, but they were absolutely superb today, beating the former world champions in an hour and 5 minutes. And for the Indonesians, well, heartache again, a fourth consecutive year they've had to settle for second best here at the Denmark Open. Well, there's no question the Koreans deserved that. They were the better pair. And I questioned in my own mind at the beginning of the year why Kim Ha-na was only concentrating on the mixed doubles. I wasn't sure whether it was the correct decision or not, because of course she used to have a wonderful women's doubles partnership with Jung Kyung-eun. But she's come of age today. That was brilliant. Confirmation of the score, 20-22, 21-18, 21-9 in the deciding game in an hour and 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the prize-giving ceremony for the mixed doubles.
So as you hear, prize presentation coming up now for the mixed doubles. Well, what a wonderful way to get off finals day here at the Yonex Denmark Open. Great skills on display.
Superseries 2015 medalists. Runner-up from Indonesia, Tantowi
So, a fourth consecutive year that they finish second best here at the Denmark Open.
With the final score of 20-22, 21-18, and 21-9 from Korea, Go Sung-kyun and Kim Ha-na.
Well, in their first ever Premier Super Series tournament final, they take their first ever Premier Super Series title. So the medals will be presented by the BWF President, Paul Erik Hoyer Larsen, IOC member, and former champion here, of course, at the Denmark Open. He was Olympic gold medalist in Atlanta in 1996 and now leads the BWF at the helm. And I know he will have enjoyed that mixed doubles final. The trophies, the medals. And it is lovely that the youngsters preparing all the trophies and the flowers, and you can just about see that they're dressed up. There we go, in the costumes of some of the stories from Hans Christian Andersen, famous author of poems and children's fairy tales, who of course was born here in Odense.
Media of Culture, Sport and Urban Division of the City of Odense. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists at the Yonex Denmark Open 2015.
Well, the way they played today, they are a real threat, and that's on the back of 2 consecutive Super Series semi-finals in both Japan and Korea. Go Sung-kyung and Kim Ha-na.
There will now be a short interview with the winners.
Kim Ha-na and Kong Sung-young, congratulations. What went well for you today?
이번 그 경기의 그 성공 요인이 뭘까요?
그냥 뭔가 오늘 이번엔 좀 잘 됐었던 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐
So in general, it just went well. Everything was smooth.
And how much does this victory here in Denmark mean to you?
이번 덴마크에서의 승리가 의미하는 바가 어떤 게 있을지.
일단 내년 리오 올림픽에 가는 랭킹 포인트를 좀 여기가 프리미어 점수가 좀 높아서 리오 올림픽에 가는데 좀 더 유리하게 작용하게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 한층 더 자신감을 얻고 가는 것 같아요.
So I think this winning will be good advantage for next year's Olympics, and also they get a lot of good confidence from this winning.
Thank you.
Yes, well, I concur with that. In my opinion, they have just put themselves up into the realms of contenders, not only for medals, but perhaps gold medals at the Rio Olympics next year.
Unfortunately, Xiao Yunlei has retired from the
Well,
tournament
as you can
due
probably
to
hear with
injury.
the
That means
public
that the
address,
women's
our
doubles
next
category
final, the
is
women's
won by
doubles, will
Yoon
not
Kyung-won
happen
and
because
Shin
Xiao
Sung-chan
Yunlei
without any match.
has
We will continue with the men's doubles
withdrawn
and the prize ceremony.
because
In a minute,
of injury.
we will be ready for the prize ceremony in the women's doubles.
Well, there's certainly no sign of injury I didn't see during their semi-final yesterday, but that's desperately disappointing. But it does mean, Steen, that the qualifiers, Jung Kyung-eun and Shin Sung-chan, become the first ever qualifiers to win a Super Series women's doubles title. And surprisingly, that was the only discipline of the 5 disciplines where a qualifier, up until now, had never won a Super Series.
Oh. Yeah.
So in case you're curious, as far as men's singles is concerned, well, Simon Santoso won the 2014 Singapore Super Series as a qualifier.
Yes.
Women's singles, Akane Yamaguchi,
16 years of age or something like that.
16 years of age, won the Japan Open, beating another qualifier in the final. Men's doubles, it's happened a couple of times. Mixed doubles, of course, it was Zhang Nang and Xiao Yunlei, 2010 All England as qualifiers. And look what they've gone on to achieve. So now all 5 disciplines at the Super Series level have been won by qualifiers. Here in Denmark, Jung Kyung-eun and Shin Sung-chan.
In the women's doubles category, please welcome from China, Jiang Qing and Xiao Yunlei.
So the world and Olympic champions, while they were beaten finalists here in 2011 by Wang Xiaoli and Yu Young.
Presented by Denisa from Korea, Yoon Kyung-won and Shin Sung-chan.
Well, for Shin Sung-chan. She'd never been beyond a quarter-final of a Super Series prior to this, and here she is. She's gone away with a Premier Super Series title. It's been an interesting path for this Korean pair, Steen, hasn't it? Because they only played 3 tournaments together in 2014 and then reformed their partnership at the Japan Open just last month. And here they are. Well, they had a semi-final in the Korean Super Series, having beaten in the quarterfinal Ma Jing and Tang Yuan-ting. Here, they won the title. Disappointing way, of course, Steen, for them to win their first title, but,
yeah, but
it's still a title.
It's still a title, and they look happy, and they celebrated their win yesterday against Kakiwa and Maeda. They were extremely happy.
Yes.
Especially Kyung Yeon-jung, and that's, of course, very good for them that they sort of get this victory here, because if you're a new pairing, you need the points, and yeah, that's just going to be absolutely fantastic for them. And I mean, they celebrated yesterday as if they knew that they were going to win this tournament, that it was the decisive match.
Now, we're not quite sure when the injury occurred and when the decision was made that Zhao Yunlei couldn't compete, but I hope the news of the withdrawal filtered through to the Korean men's doubles pair, the #1 seeds, because of course they wouldn't have been expecting to come onto court quite as quickly as this. Of course, I'm sure that the Chinese men's doubles pair in the final will have been aware. Their team manager will have said, look, Zhao Yunlei is struggling.
Yeah.
She won't be able to play, so they would have been aware. But I think it's very fortuitous that our first final went the full distance, because of course that's given the Korean men's doubles pair more time to get themselves ready for the start of the men's doubles final. But the extraordinary thing, Steen, I'm going to leave you with one lovely stat from the women's doubles, and that's this is the 9th different pair to win in the 9th Super Series tournament of the year.
And that also shows that behind stats is always a story that a lot of pairs from especially China are sort of switching partners.
And indeed Korea.
And in Korea as well, yeah.
Well, this is how they won yesterday, their semi-final against Maeda and Kakiwa. And it was a tough old match, wasn't it? I mean,
it was a tough match, but reasonably convincing victory in the end.
Yeah, 21-11, 21-15, but that took an hour. And we had one rally that was an absolute marathon. Not the longest rally of the tournament, but 110 shots.
There's the winning shot.
Yeah, and they really were delighted, weren't they? And that's absolutely terrific.
Shin Sung-chan, congratulations. How does it feel to win this trophy?
우승 트로피를 받게 되신 소감이 어떤지?
일단 아직까지 기분이 좀 실감이 잘 안 나는데 파트너 바꾸고 첫 우승이라서 너무 기쁘고 다음 시합까지 잘할 수 있도록 할게요.
So she still cannot believe it, and then after she changed her partner as the first winning. So yeah, she will keep this winning, and then we'll do the next prepare next game well as well.
How has it been to play this tournament in Denmark?
그 덴마크에서 토너먼트 하시는 그 소감이 어떻는지 물어보.
일단은 체육관도 되게 아담하니 좋고요. 일단 괜찮은 것 같아요.
It's very cozy inside here, so it was in general a very nice experience.
Thank you.
Yes, it is a very intimate stadium, the crowd very close to the players, and the players do like that. They do enjoy that atmosphere that is created. Well, walkover for Jung and Shin. Next up is the men's doubles, then we'll have the women's singles and finish with the men's singles. So plenty more action to come. So our next final is that men's doubles, the #1 seeds Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung up against more qualifiers, Lu Cheng and Liu Kai.
In 6 minutes, we're ready to commence with the men's doubles final.
Well, we've just heard an announcement. In 6 minutes, we will commence with the men's doubles final. I guess maybe the Koreans didn't get news of the withdrawal quite so quickly. Well, I can tell you, as far as the Super Series standings are concerned, the top 3 will remain the same because obviously Lee and Yu, whether they win or lose, they're already number 1. They can't go any higher than that. But good news for the home fans here because Bo and Mogensen will swap places with the world champions Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Setiawan. They will go up to number 4, Bo and Mogensen, and the Indonesians down to number 5. 6, 7 and 8 will remain the same. And then 9 and 10 will swap places because, of course, Liu Xiaolong and Chu Sihan reached the quarterfinal here, whereas the Indonesians Pratama and Suwadi lost in the second round. I can tell you that Liu Cheng and Liu Kai are at 28 at the moment, but they've only played 3 Super Series tournaments this year, together that is. Well, as you can see from the men's draw, well, 3 different nations involved at the semi-final stage. Worth mentioning the European champions, the Russians. Good to see them in the quarter-final there in the lower quarter of the draw. Of course, the home fans were disappointed when the 2010 winners, Bo and Mogensen, lost to the qualifiers yesterday. And of course, the defending champions in the top half of the draw, Fu Haifeng and Jiang Nan, lost to the former champions, the 2013 winners, Lee Yongdae and Yu Young-sung, in their semi-final. So, men's doubles was the last chance last night, Steen, for home players to be involved in finals day. And sadly, it's the 3rd time in 4 years that there have been no Danes involved on finals day, and that's a worrying trend.
Yeah, I think the Danish team was sort of reasonably satisfied. It's a premier event, and there's all the best players in the world here. In fact, it's a tougher tournament than the World Championships here. So I think it's pretty much what they targeted, like 3 semi-final spots, and then it's sort of the day and the opponents who decides whether you make it into the finals or not. A little bit disappointed, perhaps, because it looks like there were good opportunities. But, I mean, Joachim Fischer, Christina Pedersen lost to the winners here, and we saw today that they have really been playing at a high level, Ko Sung-hyun and Kim Ha-na.
So the world number 1s, Lee Yongdae and Yu Young-sung, appearing in their 3rd consecutive final here at the Denmark Open. Won the title 2 years ago, beaten in the final last year. Well, for the pair that's had to battle through the qualifying, this is their 2nd Super Series final of the year. Liu Cheng and Liu Kai reached the final in Australia, where, of course, they lost to their opponents of today. But this is their 1st ever Premier Super Series tournament final in only their 4th tournament together. 4 tournaments, 2 finals. That's not a bad start to a partnership, is it? Well, having said that, Lee Yongdae and Yu Young-sung formed their partnership at the Denmark Open here 2 years ago, and they won the title.
Yeah, it seems like now we've got 2 Korean winners in mixed doubles and women's doubles, but Korea often does well in Denmark, especially in the doubles categories. The country's known for a very, very solid defense, and it gets into full effect when you're playing in smaller arenas with virtually no drift.
Yeah.
So both 2 of the 3 times the World Championships have been played in Denmark, Koreans have won the men's doubles, and it was an all-Korean final in 2014. So it seems like they enjoy playing here.
Yeah, what a great observation. Well, here are the Korean player, Lee Yongdae, 27 years of age, his partner 29. They are the world number ones. They've been the world number one since the 14th of August last year. Number one on the Super Series list, as we saw as well. And this is their 6th final in 11 tournaments this year. They've already won 3 Super Series. And there you can see beating the former world champions in the second round, Go Sung-hyun and Shin Baek-chul. Quarterfinal against this year's World Championship silver medalists, Liu Xiaolong and Chu Si-han. And yesterday, beating last year's champions, Fu Haifeng and Jiang Nan, in 2 straight games. Well, the Chinese pair are a couple of youngsters. They're both 23 years of age, but for Liu Kai, he only turned 23 14 days ago. And remarkably, in this week's world ranking, they actually went down a place to 112, which is totally unrealistic, as you can see, because they've only formed their partnership this year. And this is only their 4th tournament together, so only 3 tournaments towards that world ranking. But this is their 2nd final, as I say, and they had to come through the qualifying draw, and therefore they played 2 extra matches. Well, on their route to today's final, they, like their opponents, have had to beat world champions or former world champions, because, of course, the current world champions, number 2 seeds Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Sethi, won in the 2nd round of the main draw. And then the European champions, Vladimir Ivanov and Ivan Sotonov, in the quarterfinal. Semi-final yesterday against the number 4 seeds and the former champions, Matthias Boll and Carsten Mogensen. That was a thriller. It went the full distance. But it was, I thought, very good mental toughness by the Chinese pair, because, of course, their home fans were very much supporting the home players, and yet they held their nerve in that deciding game. That was in the final of the Australian Open this year, the only time that they've met previously. And, of course, with Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung winning the title, they obviously won. Australia, Japan and Korea were the 3 Super Series titles they've won this year, plus the Asian Championships. So they've won the last 2 Super Series. They're on for a hat-trick, because they're looking at a 3rd consecutive. Jakob Simberg, our umpire from Denmark, and Christoph Oswald from Germany, our service judge. They have really hit form, haven't they,
yeah,
the Korean pair?
It's no surprise. They've been the best pair in the Super Series.
Yeah.
Lee Yong-dae has been struggling in World Championships when everything is at stake. Played one of the greatest finals ever with his former partner, Jung Jae-sung, against Fu Haifeng, Cha Yun. But
that was 2009.
Big opportunity,
yeah.
Fantastic match, but came second, and yeah, hasn't really played well in the big championships since then. But in the Super Series, they've been dominant.
Yes, they're the only pair this year to win more than 1 Super Series tournament. That's in the men's doubles, of course.
So I guess the task for Kang Kyun-jin, who's back in the coach's chair, is to make them so much better than the opponents that even this little tension that big events create is not enough to sort of knock them out.
Yeah. So the qualifiers, Li Cheng and Liu Kai, getting this men's doubles final underway against the world number ones, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. I was mentioning during the presentation for the women's doubles, Steen, about other qualifiers who've won Super Series titles since the Super Series began in 2007. And do you remember the 2 pairs who've qualified in the men's doubles to take titles?
I've sneak peeked at your notes, so I can see that Ko Kin-kit and Tan Boon-hyung won as qualifiers and lost a final to another pair, but now I've forgotten who that pair was.
Yeah, well, in 2007, Koo and Tan, as you say, won the Malaysian Super Series, and in 2013, Gideon Marcus Finaldi and Marcus Kido won the French Super Series.
Yeah. And they're not even here for this tournament.
No, they've split up as a pair.
I was noticing when we saw the road to the final here that the Koreans have been absolutely dominant.
Yes.
Hasn't really been close to losing a game.
No.
So, of course, that's comforting for them. But the Chinese, they've also done well because they've beaten pairs that are known for playing extremely fast. The Japanese pair of Kamura and Sonoda. They've struggled in the final of the qualifying against Lin and Wu from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
And they've also beaten pairs that are known as being extremely good in the service situation. So they've sort of been, everything that's been thrown at them, they've beaten. Now they can try a pair that's really, really good in the defense and with an excellent front court player in Lee Yong-dae. And the way they've played so far and with the result from Australian Open in the back of our minds and our belief that the Koreans are on their way to form, I hope the Koreans as quite clear favorites.
Yeah.
But I was wrong in the mixed doubles. The Indonesians didn't have it.
No.
Koreans played well at a very, very high level.
But that's the beauty of sport, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can have all the stats and all the form books and, server's fault called.
Yeah.
Struck above the waist. I'm not surprised about that. He's been called all week, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been called 2 or 3 times in the match.
Here we go. Above the waist. Oh, crikey, yes. Clearly above the waist.
Ready?
No, why was he not ready there? Not quite sure what happened.
Maybe there was a little movement of the racket ahead of the actual shot.
Now, you talked about Lee Yong-dae being good at the net. I have to say that when we were watching Liu Cheng and Liu Kai against the world champions, Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Sethi won in the second round, I thought Liu Kai was fantastic going forward.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be interesting to see if he can challenge the Koreans and especially Lee Yong-dae at the net game, or if they can succeed of turning the positions around so Lee Yong-dae is going to play more from the baseline.
Good flick serve. And it couldn't capitalise.
7-3.
It's a good serve, isn't it, from Lee Yong-dae? Skimming the net. Look at that. Good smash from Yu Young-sung. Not only power, but placement as well. Look at this, he aims towards the right hip. Yeah, super. Well, I was saying it's their third consecutive final together for both of the Korean players. It's actually their fourth final here at the Denmark Open. And for Yu Young-sung, it's his fourth consecutive. Because if you remember...
They met. Didn't they?
Well...
he won it with Shin Baek-cho.
That's right. Yu Young-sung and Shin Baek-cho.
When the Koreans have formed the pair of Lee Yong-dae and Ko Sung-hyun as their number one pair, Yu Young-sung won it together with Shin Baek-cho.
Yeah, and they beat Koo Kyung-hyat and Tan Byung-hyung in the final. Oh, this is just racing through the opening game at the moment, number one seeds. Oh, look at that
what
defense.
A defense.
That is brilliant. Driving the shuttle back flat over the net. Lee Yong-dae on that defensive shot. And an 8-point advantage here in the opening game at the mid-game interval. Double quick time, only 7 minutes.
드라이브 빨리 치고 들어오는 거, 뛰어들어오는 거. 지금처럼 한 번씩 못 들어오게 하고 다음에는 내려주고. 뺄적 왔을 때 가볍게. 강하게 치는 거다 가볍게 들어놓고. 지금처럼 치지 말고.
well, not much instruction from
No.
Kang Kun Jin, and that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
Coach comes on, yep, you're doing well, doing the right thing, following the game plan, just keep doing it.
And at 11-3, the most important role for the coach is to not disturb.
Yeah.
Don't don't say anything that will take the players' minds off that what they're doing at the moment, because it's obviously going really well.
Yeah.
And the Chinese pair, they haven't really been able to capitalize on their strength, the really strong attack. They've been, when they've been attacking, they've always been on the move, and it's been, yeah, that's better. It's not so easy attacking when you have to move beforehand, and these two very strong, tall Chinese players, if they can get a little bit of a higher lift, they have a better chance of scoring points in their attack.
Oh, that's
well
nice.
played, well played.
Yeah. Yes, good running. There he is coming forward again, Lu Kai. And of course, both the Chinese players have won a Super Series title each. Lu Kai, men's doubles at the Singapore Open last year with Kai Yun. And for Liu Cheng, mixed doubles this year at the India Super Series with Bao Sin. Yeah, there's some sort of flashlight, I think, just in front of our commentary position. And that's disturbing the players, as long as it's not us getting into trouble. Whoops.
Yeah, that's gone wide, but we can see again, it's not possible for Liu Cheng to get a really good angle on his smash, so Jo Young-sung has the possibility of returning with a flat defense, this time wide.
Oh, it's gone long. Oh, nice idea.
12.
Oh, what a good rally.
Yeah.
Good rally. Four of the 5 points since the mid-game interval going to the Chinese pair. Do you think they were possibly just a little bit nervous at the start, or do you think the Koreans' experience of their intensity at the start of the match was the decisive?
Yeah, I think the latter part,
Yeah.
that the Koreans were really ready, and it's a very different pair to meet compared to the other pairs that the Chinese pair has played in this tournament, because as we see, they're not lifting high lifts, the Koreans, they're lifting flat. And that means that if your attack is not really, really accurate, you're getting counter-attacked immediately. So they're so quick at their feet, the Koreans, and they're so good in defense, so quick at moving backwards, that actually your own attacking position, if you're the Chinese and you're a little bit on the move, on the pressure, it's actually a defensive position, because if you smash, if you make the wrong choice, you'll get counter-attacked.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that serve may have been going short. Oh, that's dangerous. Well, okay, he was a little bit fortunate with the net cord, but quite frankly, that's a fairly dangerous thing to try against Lee Yong-dae at the front of the court.
Yeah, and he's just so quick in reading the game.
Yeah.
And he's ahead of everybody else in reading the game, in my opinion. Not a really, really powerful smasher. That's perhaps the only thing that's lacking a little bit.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
And all this rally, the Chinese pair, Liu Chang and Lu Kai, they're in the attack, but they're never really close to winning the rally.
No. Simply because of the quality of the defensive play from the Koreans?
Yes. They only get to launch one fairly hard smash. Then it's flat smashes, and flat hard smashes is no problem in men's doubles, especially not if you're Korean and have the world's best defense. They'll just use the speed against you.
What a perfect low serve from Lee Yong-dae. It's gone wide. Oh, totally dominant in this opening game, the Koreans.
Yeah.
Oh, he's missed one. He's human.
Or maybe it was the light.
18.
Excellent play by Yoon Sung.
Well, I mean, it just seems that anything that the Chinese are trying is just being counteracted.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do on the return of serve? Playing back to the net doesn't work.
No.
Playing fast at your opponent doesn't work either.
Yeah.
There's now game point opportunities, a whole host of them, for the world number ones.
It's looking difficult for the Chinese because the Koreans seem so full of confidence.
Yeah, 21-8 in 15 minutes. So what? I mean, that's return of serve. He's trying to hold and play deceptively to the deep corner. I mean, they've tried everything on the return of serve and nothing's worked.
No. And we saw that as well up to the 2014 World Championships, that these service problems that some of the Koreans have had, they've been solved, and it makes them really, really dangerous. I think the Chinese, they have to try to direct the major part of the shots to Yoon Sung, because Lee Yong-dae is simply too good today. Once in a while, he has a day where it's him who's not really playing well, but it's very rare. So the best opportunity is to try and target Yoon Sung. I don't think they will succeed, because I think both the two Korean players, they have too much confidence. But service returns directed at Yoon Sung, play some soft shots, perhaps even play it clear. Because what they've been doing so far is not working, so they need to try something else. Reasonably good idea to get Lee Yong-dae to the back court, and if he's at the front court, try to play past him, try to move Yoon Sung around. But of course, the Koreans, they know that this is what people are trying to do against them. So they have countermeasures themselves, and I think both of them have played excellently today.
Yeah.
And throughout the whole tournament. Major achievement yesterday to beat Fu Haifeng and Zhang Nan, and it sort of supports our theory that quite a number of people on the Chinese team have been on a little bit of vacation after the World Championships, and are slowly building up towards the next period. That was just high enough to get the power smash going from Liu Cheng. And they could get off to a little bit better start now, because it would be normal for the Koreans to sort of take the foot off the pedal.
Yeah. Even with all their experience?
Yeah. They probably feel quite confident that they can.
I seem to remember Jochen Fischer and Christina Pedersen doing that a little earlier in the tournament in mixed doubles. Won the opening game very easily, didn't they, against Japanese pair, and then it all
21-8.
Yeah. All became very tight and very tense. 3 games.
Yes. Yes. Well played. And here we can see that they get more time in the attack, the Chinese pair. And then they're really, really dangerous. Because they can mix it up with these steep smashes.
Yeah.
And that makes it a little bit harder to defend. And if they can continue that, I think they could be able to put some pressure on Yo and Lee.
Look how deep the defensive stance of the Koreans is. Got to try and stand the ground a little bit more. I know, as you've said, the shuttle's coming a little bit quicker at them, but...
Yeah, but moving back, except for perhaps for the Koreans, because their defense is so good, but for any other player, moving backwards is not the solution.
No.
You're just going to lose a couple of shots later than you normally would.
Time is over. 1-4.
Well left. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Well, Yu Yang-sung proving that he too can play at the front of the court.
2-4.
And I remember talking to Morten Frost about the merits of the two partnerships, whether Lee Yong-dae with Go Sung-hyun or Lee Yong-dae with Yu Yang-sung, which was better. And Morten was saying that he felt that Yu Yang-sung at the net was often more decisive, whereas Go Sung-hyun played a lot of blocks. He gets the lift again, but not so often finished it off.
Yeah.
And therefore Morten thought that it was a better combination, as the Koreans have got them now.
Ko, as we just saw in the mixed, is a very, very skillful backcourt player. When he played with Yo Young-sung, he actually was the frontcourt player, in my opinion, if there were any. So I think I agree with that. We've discussed it a number of times. I feel that the best combination for the men's doubles would be Lee Yong-dae and Shin-baek Cho, but sources tell us that that's not a possibility.
Because of the different characters. But you were explaining very eloquently the other day that that's precisely why you should put them together.
Yeah, I mean, there can of course be so big differences that it's impossible. But if these differences can be resolved, then you have a really, really strong combination that can sort of use the skills and the traits of one player in some situation, and in other situations it's the other player taking over.
Yeah.
And, we've had in Denmark, we've had a couple of 3-4 strong combinations with players of very, very different personality.
Yeah.
And there's some tough times developing those pairs, but the payoff has been fantastic.
Yeah. Well, there's no question that these Korean men's doubles partnerships will be swapped around before the Olympics. These are the partnerships that will continue on to Rio and possibly beyond. Oh, look at that. What a rally. I love that block from Liu Kai. Well, there's a challenge here.
Yeah.
The Korean players spread the arms as if to indicate that it was out, and the line judge obliged.
Yeah,
But I think it is out. Well, of course, Hawkeye has got the high-speed cameras, much quicker speed than our television cameras, and therefore they can tell for definite whether it was in or out. Here we go. It was out. Yep. This is a fantastic response, isn't it? By yep. Chinese pair only one challenge remaining. 7 straight points. Love 4 down, and all of a sudden you sort of think, you know, maybe they've taken their foot off the pedal too much, as you put it, but not at all.
Not a care in the world.
No.
The thing is, regarding the Olympics and the big events, the venue has a lot to say for the Koreans. If it's a very windy venue, it gets harder for the Koreans who are capable of playing very, very accurate. And it's a big part of the game that they get their defense going, so they don't need to be on the attack all the time. If it's a windy venue, that's very, very difficult, or it's at least more difficult than here. I know the Super Series tournaments are played in big stadiums where there's wind and so on, but the added pressure at these events makes the defense a little less good than it normally is. And then it's a little bit harder to, easier to be on the attack and be an attacking pair. And I'm afraid that's going to spell trouble for the Koreans again in Rio.
Well, they don't look in trouble here. 9 straight points now. Look at that lovely block. And again. 10 straight points.
Yeah. And of course, excellent sparring possibilities back in Seoul with Ko Sung-hyun, Shin Baek-chol, and Ki Jung-kim and Kim Sarang. It seems like it's a plan that they executed. We need to have 3 pairings in playing the Super Series circuit.
Yeah.
6 men's doubles players.
Yeah, that's nice. Good change of pace, which brings that run of 10 points to an end. But you simply, if you want to be contenders for titles and turn yourself from a contender into a champion, you simply cannot be giving away 10 straight points. I say give away, that's totally unfair of me, because the Koreans won 10 straight points.
Yeah.
But we talked about it yesterday in the men's singles semi-final, 11 straight points to Chen Long when down in the deciding game against Victor Axelsen.
It's immediate feedback to go home and say, hey, this doesn't hold up in the long run.
Yep.
I need to get better.
Yep.
Even though I'm really, really good, there's also some things I need to get better on, or we need to get better on as a pair. Because it's very, very rarely you get back from these kind of situations.
So a 5-point advantage for the Koreans here at the mid-game interval.
잘하고 있어.
Game number 2.
초 애들 맞춰주는 것만 맞춰주면은 자 우리가 서비스 넣으면 쟤들이 그냥 무조건 넣는단 말이야. 하도 이제 좋으니까 요것만 잘 하나만 딱 예측해서 눌러주면 좀 쉽게 간다. 서비스 넣고 조금만. 맞추지 말고 계속 가자. 그렇지.
Yeah, again, Kang Kyun-jin not complicating things. Said something about the service, and I'm sure by his gestures there he was saying something about little delicate pushes, little soft shots.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
There he is. He's a left-hander, was Kang Kyun-jin. Well, he is a left-hander, but in the left-hand and right-handed combinations and doubles always seem to do well together.
Just to emphasize this on the windy venue conditions, I'd like to mention a few results. The Singapore Open, Lee Yong-dae, Yo Young-sung lose in the quarterfinal to Anga Pratama and Ricky Sawadi. One of the most windy stadiums on the Super Series tour, the Singapore Open. Indonesia Open, lose in the semi-final to Ko Sung-hyun and Shin Baek-chol, who has, in my opinion, a stronger attack, but perhaps not as solid its defense as their fellow countrymen. And the World Championships lose in the semi-final to Mohammad Hassan and Hendrik Sachion.
Yeah.
So the windier the conditions, the harder it is for these two brilliant men's doubles players. And I guess we all thought that Lee Yong-dae finally would win his World Championship back in Ballerup in Copenhagen, Denmark, a year ago, but that didn't happen.
No, 3 times he's lost in the final of the men's doubles World Championships. 3 silver medals.
Okay, test. 12, 7.
Oh, my goodness, that's good, isn't it? Well, the desire to keep on the attack, he was way out of position there,
Yeah.
Lee Yong-dae.
But look here, Yo Young-sung, he's looking back. We talked about it in the mixed doubles. If you look back, you lose some of the concentration, is not the right word, but the view of your opponents. You have to judge it from sensing the shuttle coming from behind you. Look at the opponents. What is their position? How is the racket position? Where are the chances going to occur? Don't look back. If your opponent has it, if your partner returns it, that's good. Then you have to be ready for the next one. If he doesn't, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Oh, my word. Up he gets. Oh! Brilliant.
Yeah.
He's rubbing
Hopefully
his
he didn't hurt
posterior
himself.
because that was extraordinary. Look at this, down on his rear end and then leaps and lands on his backside again. Goodness me.
8-14.
How on earth did he play that?
Please.
some advice. You can't see it in the picture here, but some advice from Zhang Jun to the two young Chinese players. And of course, it's important. This is a good chance of practicing playing against these two players. Yeah, I know it sounds strange. I mean, it's a final. You want to win. But the next goal, if you can't win, is to learn something, to become better.
Yeah. And this is only their 4th tournament together. So, you know, they're very much in that steep learning curve, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you've got to take the most of the opportunity.
Yeah.
Good rally.
And this is the only weakness of Lee Young-dae, in my opinion.
Really emphasised there. Couldn't put the shuttle on the floor when he was smashing. Yeah, good rally. Longest rally of the match so far.
And it's very rare for other men's doubles combination to have to use 40 shots to kill it from the attack.
Yeah.
It leaves a number of opportunities to turn it around. None in this rally, but it's perhaps also because Lu Kai and Lu Cheng is, as you said, just starting their partnership and has to figure out who is to make the move towards the net, who is to make the creative defensive shots. Oh, that was a little bit of a strange serve.
Do you know, I noticed that earlier on. He somehow cuts underneath it.
Yeah,
Look
at that.
it.
That's
So
almost that's an illegal serve, I think.
No, I don't. I disagree with you there, Steen, because I watched very carefully before when I was in Japan and Korea, and he's chopping underneath the cork.
Yeah, and that's okay, but it wouldn't have gone that way. It wouldn't have twisted that way in the air had he not hit the feathers. It could twist a little bit, but not that much.
Well, let's have another look at it. Here we go. It's about to serve. No, that time found the net.
10-16.
And another one.
No, we need to look at it a lot more carefully. But
No, I think his normal serve is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
But this one, I thought he hit differently.
Look at that. Brilliant.
There's another thing about this with the services, and that is that the Super Series tournament are played with different shuttles, and it makes a huge difference to when you're serving. And notice that the Korean equipment sponsor is different than the equipment sponsor of this tournament here, and that means that back home when they're practicing, they're not serving with these shuttles, these type of shuttles here.
No, that's a good point, Steen. We've got a challenge here because the Koreans thought that was out, and
Yeah, it's going to be called out.
Yeah, it does look out, doesn't it? It's called in by the line judge, but Hawkeye will confirm for us one way or the other. Here we go. Oh, my goodness me.
One challenge remaining. Service over. 11-17. Play.
Yeah. They work the rally so well for each other, don't they, the Koreans?
Yeah.
And that's something a moment ago you said, you know, the Chinese pair need to use this as good practice. Of course, it's a final, but you said they've got to work out who's going to play the creative shots on defence, who's going to move in certain situations and so on. And it suddenly occurred to me, well, why can't they both play creative shots on the defence? Has there got to be a playmaker? For instance, in the Koreans, it's very much Lee Yong-dae who's the better at the net. They try and have that formation.
Yeah. But it doesn't have to be that way.
No,
Both can do it, but it often is that way.
Yes.
That one is more creative than the other, and it could change depending on which combination you play in. But it's just there's always one who has a better touch, a better view, sees things a little bit before the other player.
That's nice. So too is that. Yes, the change of pace. Yeah. And that's the problem with their deep defensive stance.
Yeah. It's a long way to the front court. He even has a little deception on the lift there, Lee Yong-dae.
Oh, it was a good dive though, wasn't it? I like that. Look at this.
Yeah. And the thing is that most opponents know that he wants to very often feed himself, so he lifts on his own side.
Yeah.
13-19.
Now, the attempted drop shot there from Liu Cheng finds the net, and therefore 7 match point opportunities for Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. Oh, look at that next shot. Oh, it's got it back. Oh, my goodness. Well, you said their defence was good. I didn't give him any hope of defending this one.
No.
Look how short the lift is. A 12th Super Series title for Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung. My goodness, weren't they impressive today? A run of 10 straight points from love 4 down in the second game. And from that moment on, you really thought there was only going to be one pair could win this final. Yeah, they're absolutely delighted. Their second title here in 3 years, in their third consecutive final. Well, for both of them, it's a third men's doubles title. They've each won one men's doubles title here in Denmark with a different partner. The moment of victory. Well, as you were pointing out, Steen, really throughout the competition, the Koreans have been brilliant. All of their matches in 2 straight games. The toughest match was against their teammates, the former world champions Go Sung-hyun and Shin Baek-chul.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for
Just
the prize giving
42
ceremony
minutes for the
men's
victory.
doubles.
21-8, 21-14. So they make their way to the podium for the prize presentation. Well, our 12th Super Series title in 14 finals. That's a very, very good win-loss rate, isn't it? Don't they look lovely, the youngsters dressed up?
Runners up, please welcome from China, Liu Cheng and Liu Kai.
Well, a second Super Series tournament final in only their 4th tournaments together, and for a second time they settled for second best.
Presented by Denisa with the final score of 21-8, 21-14. From Korea, Lee Yoon-dae and Yoon Yoon-sung.
They regain the title that they won at the very start of their partnership. 2 years ago, they came to the Denmark Open as a brand new pairing, and they won the title. And they've regained it here this year. Paul Erik Hoyer Larsen, BWF president, IOC member, former Olympic champion in the men's singles, the only European badminton player ever to win an Olympic gold medal. And Steen, really throughout the tournament, I know you've already said it, but I mean, they have been superb, the Koreans.
Yeah, it's totally perhaps the most deserved win of the tournament, and I mean, Liu Kai and Liu Cheng, they're of course disappointed now, but they can look back at a good tournament. They did well. They made a better pair today.
Yeah. Well, Koreans, this is their 5th Super Series final of the year and their 4th title. Well, the fact that they lost in the first round of the All England when they were the #1 seeds, the first Super Series event of the year, perhaps emphasises the point you made about a big stadium, plus the fact that I thought at the beginning of the year the Koreans looked as if they'd had a jolly good holiday, the entire team.
I think that's more the case than the stadium, because All England normally also is
not so windy.
Not so windy, and a little bit of a slow stadium that sort of benefits the more patient players with the good defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists at the 2015 Yonex Denmark Open Premier Super Series, presented by Denisa.
Lee Yoon-dae, Yoon Yoon-sung, congratulations. What made the difference today?
그래서 오늘 경기의 성공 요인은 뭐라고 할 수 있을까요?
먼저 저희가 수비적인 부분에서 좀 많이 앞섰던 것 같고요. 또 서비스 리턴을 하면서 서비스가 잘 들어갔고 서비스 놓고 1, 2, 3구가 좀 쉬운 점수를 많이 땄던 게 점수가 좀 버려졌던 이유였던 것 같습니다.
So he thinks that they had a good defense today, and also when they got some easy scores, actually it made some gap between the Chinese teams. So that was the success factor of today.
And what does this victory mean to you?
이번 승리가 어떤 걸 의미하는지.
일단 여기 그 덴마크 오픈에서는 항상 지금 좋은 결과가 있었거든요. 뭐 몇 년째 계속 좋은 결과가 있는데 여기 덴마크 분들이 많이 응원을 많이 해주셔가지고 항상 좋은 성적으로 보답을 하고 싶었는데 이렇게 좋은 우승을 할 수 있어서 너무 뜻깊게 생각하고 있습니다.
They always had good scores in Danish Open, so he's very happy to have good results, and also he really likes the Danish audience and about the atmosphere here, so he really appreciates that.
Thank you.
So only 2 finals played so far, but 3 finals down on the list there. Means that we've got the 2 singles finals to come. Next up will be the defending champion, Li Shuai, up against PV Sindhu in her first ever Super Series tournament final. Well, as far as the destination Dubai Super Series standings is concerned at the moment, after this tournament here in Denmark, I can tell you that the top 3 will remain the same. Ratchanok Intanon, who didn't play here, is going to go down 2 places. Sina Nehwal will go up to number 4. And win or lose, Li Shuai, who's not even on the list, she's number 11 at the moment, she will go up to number 5. PV Sindhu, her opponent in today's final, will either go up 10 or 8 places, depending on whether she wins or loses today's final. But for PV Sindhu, I'm quite certain she won't be worrying about that, because this is the biggest moment of her life, perhaps, so far. Her first ever Super Series tournament final, and it's a premiere as well. Well, as you can see, from semi-final stage onwards, 4 different nations represented. And Karolina Marin, the 2-time world champion, beaten in a thrilling 3-game contest, which got PV Sindhu through to her first ever Super Series final.
We are now ready for the women's
Well, Li
singles final.
Shuai is the only defending champion on show today, on finals day.
From China, Li Shuai.
Here she is, the Olympic champion, the defending champion here at the Yonex Denmark Open. Appearing today in her 11th Premier Super Series tournament final.
She's facing world number 13 from India, PV Sindhu.
Unseeded at the start of the week, Pusala Venkata Sindhu of India. What a moment for her. Prior to this year's Denmark Open, the best she'd done in a Premier Super Series was here last year when she was in the quarter-final stage. She's been in a couple of semi-finals of ordinary Super Series events, the 2012 China Masters and the 2013 India Super Series. Yeah, well, there's Mum. And no wonder she's leading the PV Sindhu fan club. Kelly Hall from Australia is our umpire for this one. So, the only defending champion through to the final game. And the last player to retain a women's singles title here at the Denmark Open, Steen.
Sorry, I was
Yep, the last player.
unaware of.
Well, let me tell you then, let me help you out. I think it was when you were coaching, because the last player to retain the Danish Open women's singles title was Camilla Martin, 2001 and 2002.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have coached her in, yeah, actually I think both years.
Well, we're looking at our court officials before we're seeing the players, which... There we go. There's Li Shuirui, 24-year-old from Chongqing in Sichuan province, former world #1, currently #6. She's the second Chinese player on the world ranking at the moment. Well, there, her path through to today's final, first round against the World Championship bronze medalist Linda Weni Fanatri, went the full distance there. Then the second round against Akane Yamaguchi, who of course reached the final of the recent Japan Super Series. Wang Shexian is the player who she beat in the quarterfinal stage, and the only player that's ranked above her in the world ranking. And then the semi-final yesterday against the recent winner of the Korean Super Series event, Sung Ji-hyun. Was in fact 16-19 up in that second game before she lost it. PV Sindhu not seeded, 13 in the world ranking at the moment. The 20-year-old who lives in Hyderabad has been as high as 9. And there you can see her wonderful set of results. Second round against the #3 seed, Tai Tzu-ying of Chinese Taipei. Quarterfinal against the #6 seed, the two-time former champion here, Wang Yihan. And then in the semi-final against the reigning world champion. Dropped the second game, but won through 21-17 in an hour and 15 minutes. So, what an occasion for PV Sindhu. Last unseeded player to win a Super Series, of course, was earlier this year. Sun Yu at the Singapore Super Series came from match points down against Tai Tzu-ying. This, as you can see, is the 5th meeting between the two players. So, as I was saying before, our court officials from Australia and Norway.
Ready to play?
Well, PV Sindhu trying to become only the 3rd player from her country to win a title here at the Denmark Open. 1979, Prakash Padukone won the men's singles. And then, of course, 3 years ago, Saina Nehwal won the women's singles. Saina Nehwal, incidentally, the #1 seed this year, lost in the second round to Minatsu Mitani of Japan. There's some Indian fans. They came and said hello to us earlier today, didn't they? Indian fans living here in Denmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Li Shuirui, China. On my left, PV Sindhu, India. Li Shuirui to serve, love all. Play.
So the defending champion, far side of the court. She's also the Olympic champion and #4 seed here, Li Shuirui, against the unseeded Pusala Venkata Sindhu. Oh, that's lovely. Last unseeded player to win here in Denmark in the women's singles. 2008, Wang Lin, who went on to win the world title, didn't she?
Yeah.
In Paris.
Got a bad injury.
Terrible injury.
That sort of ended her career.
Well, that's 2 wonderful shots deep into the forehand corner. of PV Sindhu. We had a quick glimpse there of the extensive strapping on both knees of the Olympic champion. And it's been of concern of late to us, hasn't it, Steen, that Li Xuerui looks as if she's been really struggling with her movement and struggling with those injuries.
Yeah, she's been, in my opinion, the most underperforming player for quite some time, perhaps even the last 2 years. I thought she looked really, really impressive when winning the Olympics, and of course the defeat at the 2013 World Championships on home soil in Guangzhou might have gotten to her, but I thought at that time that she was clearly the best player on the world circuit, and only little has changed in that. I mean, there's come some players have come of age that can put pressure on her, but I still think that compared to her skills, which in my opinion are excellent, she's been underperforming for quite some time now.
Well, just to emphasise your point, 2012 she played 13 tournaments, reached the final of 9 of them, winning 8. Last year, 2014, reached 10 finals from 10 tournaments played.
Yeah. So last year it was just the big occasions, but this year we haven't even seen her in the Super Series as a dominant player. So I think it's really lovely that she's back here in the final in Denmark, because she is a fantastic player in my opinion.
Yeah, I concur with that wholeheartedly. And in fact, the last title that she won was here last year.
Yeah.
And for a player that a year ago was 10 finals from 10 tournaments, and 2012, 8 titles in the year, you're right, that emphasises that she's been underperforming.
So, really like to see her return to her best shape and see her compete with the likes of Carolina Marin, Sanna Neval, Rachana Gintanen, perhaps PV Sindhu. I was just thinking about, we discussed it earlier in this tournament with Sanna, that she moved away from the national training setup at Gopi Chand's academy in Hyderabad, where PV Sindhu is still training, and that's interesting because I don't see any other countries where the 2 best players are practicing at different training centers.
No, that's a very good point.
So you could ask, don't they need each other? And I think as a women's singles player, you can actually practice very well without sparring and competition, because there's always boys you can play with. And we've seen Carolina Marin coming up in Spain, and of course she has some sparring in Beatriz Corrales, who's not been able to make it into the top 20, but still is a good player. It's just interesting that these 2 Indian girls are practicing apart.
Yeah.
Instead of sort of benefiting from the sparring.
How much does she draw on that win the last time they met each other, PV Sindhu?
Yeah, a lot of sort of confidence that she can play with Li Xuerui. It's 2-2 in head-to-heads, and we discussed that we don't think perhaps the China team is fully in top form, and if that's the case, then even though Li Xuerui has reached the final here, I think Sindhu would be the one who's a little bit more hungry.
Yeah.
And actually, so far, China hasn't won a title in this year's Denmark Open.
No, and they had a clean sweep last year.
Yeah.
All 5 titles. And that was the first time there'd been a clean sweep here at the Denmark Open since 1955, when Denmark won all 5 titles.
I don't think Li Shuhui is going to win if she plays this way, because that's just water on the middle of Sindhu.
What do you mean by that? What style is she playing?
Too simple, clear drop.
Yeah.
If you play just clear drop game, Sindhu, Wang Xishan probably are the 2 best at that. Because one is extremely quick on her feet and the other one has the reach going for her. But that was actually the trait that when she was really, really good, Li Shuhui, she could play several different playing styles.
Yeah.
She could run, she could defend, she could attack.
Good rally. Oh, that's great skill.
Excellent.
Great skill from Li Shuhui. Little reverse slice, straight drop. Just watch the racket head as she plays this final shot. Look at that.
Amazing shot.
Terrific. Yeah, it was a long old rally too. .32 shots.
7-8.
She beat Song Ji-hyun yesterday, and I think Song Ji-hyun is in really good form as of now. And every time I looked over their court, Song Ji-hyun was playing really well and playing fast. But Li Shuhui won it.
Yeah. Well, there's a challenge here. Ooh.
That's in.
That's in. That's a good challenge. There we are. Confirmed by Hawkeye. What a great challenge.
It's over. 8-all.
Well, it's interesting you mentioning her match yesterday against Sung Ji-hyun, Li Shuhui, that is, because I'd done some research for the women's doubles, and the last Koreans to win the women's doubles title here at the Denmark Open was
Sung Ji-hyun's mama?
Yeah. Kim Yun-ya playing with Yoo Sang-hee. 1985 was the last time they won, 30 years ago. And that was their 3rd consecutive title, that Korean women's doubles pair. We were talking about this guided shot, weren't we, the other day? You know, not trying to do anything too fancy, just taking it early.
Taking it early, play the quickest shot.
Yep. Were we talking about it in men's singles or women's singles? I can't remember. Which is a fabulous shot, whatever. Just wrong. It's a run of 4 straight points.
It would be a great win. Whoever player takes this title. PV Sindhu, first ever. Li Shuhui, first Super Series title of the year. Return to some kind of form. Another challenge.
Li Shuhui challenges.
Well, this time, I thought the line judge got it right. We'll reserve judgment until Hawkeye
is.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's always quite tricky for a player challenging on that far back line, isn't it? Because, of course, it's so much more difficult to see.
Yeah.
It's quite a risky strategy.
I think the only time you should do it is actually when the shuttle slides, if it's a smash or a push from the net.
Well taken. Well taken.
And there's this thing about Li Shuhui, sometimes when she plays good rallies, and she plays a lot of good rallies, she sort of celebrates to sort of induce confidence in herself. It's just immediately after the celebration, everything is gone. It looked like she doesn't really believe it herself. But, I mean, yeah, she's taking herself to the final, so of course she can play, but it's just, I sense that there's some kind of insecurity a little bit deeper inside her.
Mm.
And perhaps she is the one who needs this victory most.
Good rally. It's a good clear. Oh, it's just wide. It's wide by a whisker. And it means that PV Sindhu has the advantage at the mid-game interval here in the opening game. Yeah, good call, line judge. Wasn't wide by much, but it was wide. Well, as far as the coaching staff are concerned, Chen Jin there in the black suit top, and there's Arvind Bard. We're delighted to see him. I enjoyed commentating on him winning the... Did he win the German Open? He certainly did 2 years ago, I think. Along with Madhumita Bish. Well, they'll be delighted with PV Sindhu, the way she's really hung in here. Love 3 down, 5-2 down, and the advantage at the mid-game interval. Oh, look at that drop shot. Good recovery, though. Good retrieving.
It's wide.
Wide. Yeah. Well, after all her injury problems earlier than the year, PV Sindhu, that stress fracture in the left foot, and been out for 6 weeks. She too looks in very, very good form now, doesn't she? It's 5 straight points now. That's wide too. 6 straight points.
Joe, who did Li Shurui beat in the Olympic final in London? Was it Wang Yihan?
Wang Yihan.
And,
3 games.
And bronze medalist was, of course,
Sina Nehwal.
Sina Nehwal beating Wang Xin.
Yeah. Sina Nehwal had lost the first game and at 1 love up in the second game, Wang Xin injured her knee.
Yeah.
Tried to play on, I think, for another 2 rallies, but it was hopeless.
And we actually saw her finishing her career because she was awarded some kind of prize when she finished her career. And that was at the Sudirman Cup in Dongguan.
That's right.
Now, the reason I asked was it's some interesting dynamics there must be in the Chinese women's singles team. The 3 best players right now is Li Shurui here, who was selected on account of Wang Shixian, who was actually higher ranked than Li Shurui, but the Chinese team had the opportunity of selecting because all 4 players were in top 4, so they could select the 3 players they believed the most in. So she was selected on behalf of one of her teammates, and she beat the other teammate in the Olympic final. So I'd like to be a fly on the wall for one of those practice sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes. Well, the run of points comes to an end, but 8 straight points from 8-10 down. Well, we were talking in the men's doubles, weren't we, about 10 straight points, and you simply can't allow it to happen. The Olympic champion, 8 straight points against her.
Yeah. And she's given Sindhu confidence.
Well, they were on the net shot there, but I do like the fact that Sindhu's really now trying to take the shuttle early at the net, lunging forward. We saw it earlier in this final, where she created the winner. I always felt her net play was a bit of a weakness, but she's been working on it, and that is quite obvious. It's now quite a strength.
Good shot.
Yeah, very good shot.
Sliced drop shot there. Fantastic shot. We saw the other one, the reverse slice from her forehand corner. 2 extremely difficult shots to master.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Good defence initially from Moushwere, but all credit to PV Sindhu. What was that, 4 attacking shots, or was it 5?
Service over. 14-17.
2-3 important rallies coming up now. Will Li Shurui catch up, or is Sindhu running away with this first game? And she's having trouble when she has to take the initiative herself, Sindhu.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah, and the Indian coach is looking a little concerned now. And also, you know, I mean, she's only 20 years of age, for goodness sake, and her first ever Super Series tournament final. And as you get closer to that finishing line, it's almost like you can't believe the enormity of what could happen.
Yeah.
This is a huge point. Oh, look at that backhand.
Excellent play by Li Shuru. Fantastic play.
And what a way to get back level. 7 of the last 8 points now going to the defending champion.
Yeah. Thank you. all.
Well
That
played.
is good, isn't it?
That's a challenge from Sindhu.
PB Sindhu, challenges called in.
Well, I instinctively thought it was in, but we're not in the best position to see that, are we?
It's
No,
in.
that's in.
Middle of the line.
Yeah. Yep.
That
So-
creates a little break.
Yep.
Challenge unsuccessful. PB Sindhu, one challenge remaining. 18, 17. Play.
Yeah, well, the commitment coming forward there from PB Sindhu.
It was not a good shot.
No. Too flat, wasn't
I
it?
think if Li Shuru could have gotten her body out of the way, it might have gone long.
Mm. Yeah.
She's doing really well in the flat game, Li Shuru.
Service over. 19, 18.
Much quicker with the racket.
Yeah, I have to say, this passage of play from Li Shuru from 10-16 down, since then, her play has been magnificent. 10 in the last 12 points, and now 2 game point opportunities. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Service over.
Well,
19.
deep into that forehand corner. It's a wonderful shot. It's a punch clear, attacking clear too.
Play.
Nice net shot. This going long.
No, it's way in.
Crikey. Well, I have to say, I thought the same as Sindhu, but you were right, Steen.
First game won by Lee Cherie.
Enough height on it. Keep it in. And the opening game to the defending champion. Yeah, way in. You're absolutely right. "26 minutes for that opening game. 21-19. Well, Chen Jin imparting his advice. Well, that's interesting to me, the fact that Li Shuirui is adding to the discussion there. Madhumita Vish, like me, competed in the women's doubles at badminton's first ever Olympics in Barcelona, of course. Yeah, still the discussions go on. Certainly some Sindhu fans here in the arena. Well, if she's to win her first ever Super Series title, she's going to have to come from a game down.
Here again, a flat game, and she's getting punished by Li Shuirui, who's very, very strong in the flat game today.
So if you had had the opportunity to speak to Sindhu, apart from saying don't get involved in the...
Don't get involved in the flat game. Block it whenever you can. You can play one flat shot and then block it or lift it.
Any other tactical advice for the Indian player?
I think right now the only situation where she has an advantage is in the clearing game, or perhaps not even an advantage, but just... yeah, a small advantage. Clear drop game and wait for the opportunity. See if you can get as much over as possible. Wait for the opportunity, and you have to smash from with a good angle, because if you smash too flat, Li Shuirui's defense is really, really strong. Especially on the backhand side, it comes these powerful cross shots.
Yeah.
But the thing that really brought her in trouble, Sindhu, was the two times that Li Shuirui played a little bit patient, where Sindhu tried to play too close net shots from the back line. That's wide. Yeah. Now she's out of challenges.
Now she's out of challenges. Well, we are being a little hasty, perhaps.
Yeah.
But that does look out, doesn't it? Yeah, you've got your eagle eye out today, confirming what Hawkeye says.
Sindhu, no challenges remaining. 3-1. Play.
Yeah, I think she cannot afford to make these easy mistakes,
No.
Sindhu, because she got to play long rallies and hope for mistakes from Li Shurui's side. And apart from these 10 points in a row, she's been quite dominant. It would have been 21. I mean, you can't just deduct 10 points, but it would have been a fairly easy victory in the first game.
Yeah.
And this is not going to go PV Sindhu's way.
5-1.
That's better. And then she has to retrieve a couple of good shots from Li Shuruis. Excellent.
It is excellent. I'd love to see that again, but of course no challenges left.
No.
6-1.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But it does raise the issue about the number of challenges that we have per match. Of course, you don't want to give players so many challenges that, you know, every other rally there's a break in play because they're challenging. But the whole point of the challenge system is to ensure that in the end the right decision is made, the fair and right decision is made. And I'm really not convinced that just 2 challenges per match is enough.
No.
I think we need 2 challenges per game plus an extra challenge if you go to 20 all.
At least the extra points makes perfectly good sense that if the match is longer than we predict, then we need an extra challenge, and especially because it's so important.
Yes.
So we at least need to be right there.
Yeah, exactly. At those crucial stages.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to be right.
And I also like the idea about 2 challenges per game more than, for instance, 4 challenges per match.
Yeah.
Because then you can sort of save and have 4 challenges for the 3rd game and so on.
Yes,
And that ruins it a little bit.
Yep. Good point. Very good point.
Service over. 7-3.
Oh, that's landed in too. Yeah. Remember the drift. Shuttle flying a little bit slower towards PV Sindhu's end of the court, and that's clearly in.
Yeah.
No, that one was long.
Service over. 4-8.
It's important for Li Shuruis to still play with patience.
Oh, look at that. You know, when you see her play shots like that, well, it is so reminiscent of how she won that Olympic gold medal.
Yeah.
And it's this sort of movement that allows her to get herself in the position to be able to play that sort of shot that's been lacking,
she
isn't
has
it?
all opportunities.
Yeah.
It's long.
Yeah, it was long, but no challenges.
10-4.
Yeah, and that's probably the difference in the two ends, isn't it? That amount of drift.
Yeah.
Play.
So 11-4, the advantage to the defending champion, having already won the first game. I wouldn't say it's cruise control, but all of a sudden, it looks as if Sindhu perhaps doesn't have the same sort of belief that we saw in the early stages.
No. And also, she can't expect Li Shuhui to award her 10 points free of charge in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, the Indian coaches using all of their allotted time. As the Chinese coaches, quick word, and then left the court. Oh, look at that net shot from Li Shuhui. Absolutely perfect.
13-4.
Yeah, good judgment.
Service over. 5-13.
Oh, goodness.
Quality shots from Li Shuhui, and when she's got that touch that she's had in this match, apart from the 10 points in the first game, I don't think Sindhu has the weapons to score against her.
Yeah, missed it.
Service over.
And the little sign to the coaches with their hand, left hand, easy now. Don't hurry yourself. Great. Oh. And on. Easy, easy, easy. Play on.
Oh, she's got it back. Oh,
that's it.
Good rally.
Service over. 15-7.
Well, it really seems all one-way traffic now, doesn't it? And, you know, I don't think that I've seen Yishwere play this sort of form, this sort of badminton in the last 12 months.
No, I agree. But it seems like also that she senses herself that it's quite fragile, because at 14-5, if you make a mistake, then you're normally not that concerned. But she was.
Yeah.
But it's great to have her back as a real title contender.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think, I mean, for China, if they are to do well at the Olympics, I think it's this girl here in the picture who needs to do it. She has the advantage that she already has one Olympic gold medal. Wang Yihan, I don't think she's up to it. And Wang Xishan has, she's been playing well, but she hasn't really won anything.
No. Oh, yes, well taken.
Yeah. And not normally I would deem this as garbage time, because I would think that the match would be decided, but just because we've seen that she perhaps is a little bit shaky, Yishwere, I don't think we should totally ride PV Sindhu off yet.
No.
There's a flashlight on the opposite side that's bothering her.
Pity from Sindhu's perspective. Just been on a run of 4 straight points, and you just started to think, well, maybe a couple more, and this could become very, very interesting.
I think that was crucial for Sindhu. Oh, what a great shot. We haven't seen any of that so far.
Sindhu Yishwere right totally the wrong direction. Look at this. Beautiful.
17.
That's a good clear. Well played.
Good rally. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That is a glorious rally from the Olympic champion. My goodness, she explored all 4 corners of the court. Had to be good with her reactions there.
19.
Look at that final shot, the slice across court, played to perfection. And just 2 points away now, Yishwere, from her 2nd consecutive title here. Gone long. Match points have arrived for the defending champion.
12.
Yeah, good judgment once again by Li Shuai. It's landed in. Her first title of 2015 for the Olympic champion Li Shuai. Her 8th Premier Super Series title. And for her to retain her Denmark Open title, that was the last title she won this event last year. 21-19, 21-12 in 47 minutes. And as Steen was saying throughout, how delightful to see her back to the sort of form that we saw from Li Shuai in 2012, and indeed last year as well, 2014. Confirmation. 21-19, 21-12 in 47 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the prize-giving ceremony for the women's singles.
Well, for PV Sindhu, obvious disappointments. Of course she'll be disappointed, but she's taken a giant leap forward in her career. First ever Super Series tournament final, and it happened to be a premier. So the players make their way to the podium. It will be a 20th time that Li Shuai has stood on top of the podium. For PV Sindhu, well, the first ever
2015
Super Series tournament final.
Super Series presented by Denisa with the final score of 21-19, 21-12 from China, Li Shuai.
The first title of the year. A 13th Super Series title in total. Well, in 2014,
The Czech mascot are presented by
when she was world #1, 10 tournaments played, 10 finals. By her own very high standards until now, as she has struggled in 2015. But what a delight to see Li Shuai in this sort of form once again.
The local gifts and flowers are presented by Morten Pipet, given to Mayor of the City of Odense. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists at the Yonex Denmark Open 2015, presented by Denisa. There will now be a short interview with the winner.
Ishiri, congratulations. What worked out so well for you today?
首先祝贺你获得这次丹麦公开哈特的冠军。然后想问一下，你今天是什么让你的表现这么出色？
去年我在这，然后也是丹麦公开赛冠军，然后1年了没有拿冠军，然后再一次拿到还是很开心。
I won last year here in Denmark, and I waited for this gold medal for 1 year, and I feel very happy now.
Yeah, 2 wins in a row for you here at Denmark Open. How has it been to play here again?
蝉联的感觉怎么样？
很棒，然后谢谢这里所有的球迷为我加油。
She feels so great, and thank you to all audience in Denmark and here.
Thank you.
So just one more final to come. It's men's singles, and it's the defending champion, Chen Long, up against Tomi Sugiyato. Chen Long going for his 3rd consecutive title here at the Denmark Open, and his 4th in total, up against the unseeded Tomi Sugiyato. Now, as far as the Destination Dubai rankings are concerned after this week in Denmark, the top 5 will remain the same. No changes there. But up to number 6 will go the current number 8, Chao Tien-chen, having reached the semi-final here in Odense. And as far as Tomi Sugiyato is concerned, well, he's number 12 at the moment. If he wins, he'll go up 5 places to number 7. If he's beaten in today's final, he'll go up 3 places to number 9. So either way, Tomi Sugiyato will enter the top 10 on the Destination Dubai rankings. Well, as far as the men's singles is concerned, we only had 6 of the 8 seeds through to the quarter-final stage. 1 seed lost in the first round. Kashyap Parupalli lost to Lee Chong-wei, former world number 1 and former champion here. And Srikanth Kadambi, the number 5 seed, lost in the last 16, and he lost to the man that's in today's final, Tomi Sugiyato. And isn't that nice to see 4 different nations involved at semi-final stage? Really is a wonderful city, Odense. Ancient city, famous, of course, as the birthplace of Hans Christian Andersen, famous author of children's fairy tales. Yeah, and we enjoyed a very nice meal last night, didn't we, in the old part of town. We walked along one of the little cobbled streets in a lovely old restaurant. It was absolutely marvellous. It is a lovely city. I think prior to the women's singles final, didn't I make a bit of a blunder? Didn't I say that she was the only defending champion, Li Shuai? Of course, yeah. I was talking nonsense. You're supposed to put me right.
Chen Long is also defending champion.
Chen Long two-time defending champion, having won 3 previous titles, but 2 consecutive. 2011, he beat Lee Chong-wei, as indeed he did in 2013. In 2014, he beat Sung-won Ho of Korea. Okay, so with Chen Long going for his 3rd consecutive title, little quiz for you, Steen. Who was the last player to win 3 consecutive titles in the men's singles here at the Denmark Open?
Paul Eckhoyer.
Well done. Very, very good.
He had a couple of good years where he won actually 3 tournaments in a row. Dutch, German, and Denmark. I think he won 2 times in a row, all 3 tournaments.
Yeah. When he won here, 1993, 94, and 95. So can this man, Chen Long, emulate the BWF president, Paul Erik Boye Larsen, and win 3 consecutive titles? Of course, the great Morten Frost of Denmark won 7 consecutive titles here from 1980.
And winner of the Yonex Sunrise Vietnam Open, from Indonesia, Tommy Sugiarto.
Excuse my chuckle. Winner of the Vietnam Grand Prix earlier this year, and indeed the Russian Grand Prix, but I think perhaps his World Championship bronze medal would have been a nice way to introduce Tommy Sugiarto into the arena, because of course it was here in Denmark last year that he won his World Championship medal, and he lost in the semi-final stage to his opponent of today. So our court officials for this final: Henrik Voss and Lars Sein from Denmark, both from Denmark. Tommy Sugiarto, there he is, the 27-year-old born in West Jakarta. His opponents, Chen Long, 26, from Hubei province in China. Well, who won the toss there, Steen? Did you notice?
No, I didn't.
Because whoever won it...
They chose side.
Chose sides, yes. We didn't think the drift was that significant, but obviously the players, these small details, very important.
And I actually always think you should choose sides, because there's no point in choosing service. I mean, you can score points no matter who serves.
Exactly. Under the old scoring system, where you had to be serving to score a point, then there was an obvious reason behind the choice to serve. Well, Chen Long's had a remarkable year so far. This is his 7th final in 10 tournaments played. He is the world #1. He's won all 6 previous finals that he's played so far this year, 4 of them being Super Series. No wonder his win-loss record is so good there. Quarter-final, he beat Wei Nan, who in the last 16 beat the former champion and former world #1, Lee Chong-wei. Needed 3 games there, as indeed he needed in the semi-final yesterday against number 6 seed Victor Axelsen. In fact, Chen Long was 8-12 down in that deciding game against Axelsen, and then won 11 straight points to go 19-12 up. Tommy Sugiarto, number 12 in the world ranking at the moment. He has been as high as 3, total of 9 weeks at number 3. Never previously beyond the second round here at the Denmark Open. His win-loss record for the year, those 2 titles I was mentioning in Russia and Vietnam, and only 1 previous Super Series semi-final, let alone a final. So as far as his path through to today's final, isn't that impressive? All of his matches in 2 straight games, and very, very tough route too. Sho Sasaki is a very experienced Japanese player, and then the number 5 seed Shrikant Kidambi, then the number 2 seed Jano Jorgensen, the 2010 winner, and then in the semi-final yesterday against Chao Tien-chen of Chinese Taipei, needed a 4th match point before he closed out that semi-final victory. Well, for Tommy Sugiarto, that is not good reading, is it? But it was 2013 first round of the Indonesia Super Series where Tommy Sugiarto had his only victory over Chen Long. The last time they played was in the semi-finals of the World Championships that I was talking about here in Denmark last year. So our court officials, both from Denmark. Oh, for Tommy Sugiarto, this is his 4th Super Series tournament final and also 2nd Premier Super Series tournament final, because he was beaten finalist in the Malaysian Premier Super Series last year. Lost that final to Lee Chong Wei. He has won 1 Super Series tournament, Tommy Sugiarto, as an unseeded player, 2013, Singapore.
On my left, Chen Long, China. Chen Long to serve. Love all. Play.
So the men's singles final. The 3-time winner of this event, Chen Long, the world #1, the 2-time world champion. Nearest to us against the unseeded Tommy Sugiarto. And of course, we've already had an unseeded player win one of the Super Series events earlier this year. Kento Momota in Singapore. 3 unseeded players last year winning Super Series events in the men's singles. Srikanth in China Premier, Chao Tien-chen in the French, and Lin Dan in the Australian. Oh, yes. Yeah. And I suppose that stat about unseeded players winning the men's singles Super Series titles just shows how much strength in depth there is in the men's singles discipline.
Yeah, it has come during the last 10, 12 months, the way I see it, because before that I thought it was pretty one-sided, that it was either Chen Long, Lee Chong Wei, or if Lin Dan was playing, it was about these 3, the tournament victory, but that's not the case anymore.
2, 1.
Yeah, very good point.
And in fact, I think Tommy Sugiarto here, if we look at the men's singles in this Yonex Denmark Open, he's, to me, the biggest surprise because he looks in really, really good shape. Has often been bugged by injury, but he seems totally fit and quick on his feet. If it's enough to beat Chen Long, I'm not really sure. He's struggled, as we saw from the head-to-head record, 7-1, and the 7 losses all in straight games. So I think perhaps Chen Long will be able to outmaneuver him like here, but he looks really fast on his feet, and he was impressive against Janno Jorgensen and Chao Tien-chen, who on his hand has played some good matches. So to me, the biggest surprise.
Thank you.
Yeah, how much of that do you think is the fact that he's now working with Rashid Sadek, the Malaysian coach, who's
3, 1.
Working with a club now in Malaysia, Rashid Sadek?
It's very, very difficult to say, but of course, when you leave your association, you sort of gain some motivation that you perhaps were lacking a little bit because you had the security of being part of a team, and if you didn't win this week, you probably would the next or something like that. But I think Tommy Sugiarto's got a very, very demanding playing style. So he will be prone to injuries, and therefore we probably will see him have some dips in his performance. But when he's totally fit and at his best, he's among the top 10 players on this circuit, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's actually had to withdraw from 4 tournaments this year, Tommy Sugiyato, because of those injury problems.
Yeah.
And mainly, I understand, bad back.
Yeah. So the obvious idea is to sort of develop his playing style a little bit, so he's not so dependent on his physical shape.
Yeah. So by that, do you mean he needs to develop more winning shots, more deception, more skills?
Yeah, more deception, sharper shots in order to sort of being able to direct the rallies. But it's not easy, and it's a process.
Yeah.
So and I guess for him it's important to get a result like this, whether it's going to be a win or a runners-up position, to sort of prove to himself and to the ones supporting him that he can still play at the highest level.
Yeah.
And of course, there's also this who's going to represent Indonesia in the Olympics. Tommy is probably the highest ranked at the moment, but there's some young players also that the PBSI, the Indonesian Association, is sort of banking on. And we also saw, I don't know the result today, but I saw that Sonny Concoro was in the final of Chinese Taipei Grand Prix. So the old boys are still fighting.
Yeah, and what do you think of Sugiyato's sort of comeback trail? I have to say I like it. The fact that he went off to the Russian Grand Prix, Vietnam Grand Prix, where he was the #1 seed in both. So, you know, he's expected to win. Okay, it's pressure. But, you know, he didn't come back immediately with all Super Series events. He wants to get used to winning again.
Yes, and I think exactly that is a brilliant idea. I mean, if you've... Sorry. If you've not experienced a lot of wins over a period of time, your self-confidence eventually is damaged. So you need to rebuild it, and what better way than winning matches and winning tournaments, getting used to hearing 20 match point something, and you have the shot at yourself because it's your turn to serve.
Yeah.
That's so important.
And you're absolutely right, because winning the Russian Grand Prix, that was his first title for 25 months since winning his only Super Series title, the Singapore 2013.
Yeah.
So, yeah, getting back to those winning ways, hearing that, you know, and the winner is very, very important. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, and I had a little look back through the record books to see whether his father, Ichuk Sugiyato, had ever won the Denmark Open, but I don't think he did. No. But Sugiyato was the first badminton player ever to emulate a parent by winning a World Championship medal. Not the same colour, but first badminton player to do so. That's now been followed up with Sung Ji-hyun.
Sin.
Yeah. Oh, challenge. That will be a wasted challenge, I fear.
He needed Sugiyato. He desperately needed that point, but I don't think he's going to get it.
No.
No. Not even close.
No.
And if it's that obvious, I think it's some kind of emotional slavery that you simply hope so much that it's out. So you're taking a challenge without really controlling your feelings and saying, okay,
Yeah.
I was wrong. And we've seen that happen a couple of times. I mean, normally Ratchanok Intanon is out of challenges by 9-4 in the first game.
Yes.
That's well played.
lovely.
That's well played. And the problem for Tommy here is how can he actually score points against Chen Long? It's not an easy task. Chen Long, such good shot quality.
Yes,
not only in the offense, but in defense and under a lot of pressure, like that, for instance.
Yeah, and his physicalities. Well, both these players have got incredibly strong legs.
Yeah.
But the movement with Chen Long, he moves in this crouch position. He moves low down and he seems to be able to change direction very easily.
Look at that. It's perfectly placed. And the shot before, it seemed like Tommy was actually on his way to win that rally. And then he lost it.
Yeah.
So it's not so easy to see how he can score against Chen Long. And I mean, Chen Long being the best player at the moment, in my opinion.
Oh, good retrieval. Yeah.
We don't often talk about what Chen Long should do to score against Tommy, because Chen Long should just be Chen Long.
Yeah.
But here it actually requires all his skills regarding quality shots and patience.
Well, there is Rashid Sidek, bronze medalist in the Atlanta Olympics. Well, we saw an awful lot of strapping on the shoulder in his previous matches with Chen Long. Doesn't seem to be quite so much strapping today. What do you think? Still obviously an issue for him.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't like the heavy strapping. Sometimes that can...
It's tough to put a strapping on the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's a very, very difficult spot to
11-5.
to tape. I had an interview after the match against Victor Axelsen yesterday, where Chen Long was very polite in saying that he felt that Victor was at the same level as him, and it's a very nice gesture. I just don't think he's right. He's on the way there, but he's not there yet.
Yeah, there was another very, very strong defensive shot there from Chen Long on the backhand side, and he just virtually whipped it across court, quite flat. This one, look at that.
And that's what's a little bit easier today for Chen Long. I mean, Tommy is really, really fast on his feet, much faster than Victor, but Victor had the ankles because he's such a tall player. So his attack was a little bit more dangerous for Chen Long yesterday. So that's probably the best chance that Tommy Sugiarto has got to play long rallies and simply try to outrun Chen Long. But that's also difficult because Chen Long has such good quality in his shots, so you tend to be the one running, doing all the running.
Sugiarto changing his mind from a backhand serve to a forehand serve.
Yeah. Well played, well played.
Yeah.
I think that's a better strategy, not to go too much for winning points. Just make sure that Qianlong don't score easy points than you.
7-12.
Then be in good balance to see if some unexpected opportunities should occur. Yeah, well played, well played.
It's interesting because, you know, listening to you talk, Steen, and what you've just said is the best opportunity for Sugiarto. You know, play long rallies, play patient, make sure he doesn't win any easy points and so on. That is the strategy for Tommy Sugiarto, because Tommy Sugiarto, as you said previously, hasn't got the weapons to play winning shots as much as somebody like Victor Axelsen.
He needs bigger opportunities.
Yeah, but Victor Axelsen, you wouldn't be saying that to him, would you?
Definitely not.
No, exactly. So different tactics for a different style of player,
Yeah.
and that's what's so fascinating. Yeah, that's nice.
Good. Yeah, Tommy's got really, really good speed in his legs in this tournament, and that means that if Qianlong, anyway, we talked about his quality shots and so on, but not all of them are 100% precise. So Tommy should be in balance to sort of capitalize from that and put him under pressure, because I still think, and that's why I don't agree with Qianlong yesterday, that Victor is the same level as he. I don't think Qianlong is at his best here. We saw him yesterday that he was making more mistakes than we normally see him do when we see him at a championship tournament.
Yeah.
Of course, you could argue that he was forced to make mistakes, and I buy that to some extent. But yeah, I still believe Chinese contingent is in a build-up phase.
Yeah. But not only that, after that previous rally, okay, they may have had a bit of a holiday and some heavy training, a period of heavy training before these Super Series, you know, after the World Championships. But I also saw Qianlong just move that shoulder a little bit. So he's carrying an injury anyway.
And probably not doing as much racket practice as he would if he would be in absolutely top form. Well played.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Tommy Sugiarto has looked really, really solid, as if he's been playing a lot of matches. I'm pretty sure he's been practicing a lot. Sure, Rashid Sidek loved the long training sessions, as his older brother, Misbun. So I think he's got a lot of ball security,
15-10.
a lot of touch that comes from spending long hours in the hall.
Yeah. The opportunity to play the winning smash, because he had forced a short lift. That's only double service line, isn't it? You can tell from where his feet had landed.
I love that smash because it goes to the backhand side, cross to the backhand side of Qianlong, and Tommy has the speed to move to the net if Qianlong should get that. And if he gets it, it's going to be a short pickup. On the other hand, if he uses the straight smash down Qianlong's forehand, if it's a little bit inaccurate, he's going to run across the court anyway, because Qianlong has these very good short pickups. Oh, what a great retrieval.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Look at the quality of that last defensive shot. Totally amazing.
11.
Good call.
Yeah. He only decided to leave it at the last moment there.
11.
Almost struggled to get out of the way, didn't he? Look at the body posture as he plays that next shot. Perfect control.
Well.
Serves over. 12-19. Serves over.
So game point opportunities for the defending
20.
champion.
Game point 12.
On the line. Yeah, first time, first opportunity, and Chen Long eases through the opening game in just 20 minutes. 21-12.
21-12.
The ability to use every inch of the court. Pushes to the back. Look at that guided shot across court, played to perfection. And so with it, the opening game. Well, neither of the coaches won this Denmark Open title.
Yeah.
Two such great players on the coaching bench. Quite unusual.
Yeah, it wasn't a Super Series back then when
No,
they were
of
playing,
course.
and on a number of occasions, some of the Asian players chose to bypass the tournament.
And that's where the Super Series has been such a wonderful innovation
Yeah,
for
it has.
badminton, because
It has.
all the top players are guaranteed at the Premier Super Series, and virtually all the top players want to play every Super Series anyway. There's one or two who, you know, if you're getting through to the latter stages of every single tournament, maybe you only play 10 of the 12, but, you know.
And it affects the achievements and the comparison between contemporary generation players and the older generation, because it was different. Now you need to have ranking points to enter into the World Championships. You didn't have to do that in the late 90s. You could just select 4 players from your country. And the world ranking was
a very different system
and very inaccurate because of the way it was calculated. So it's just totally different. Right now, it's not totally accurate in the doubles because of the switching of combinations, but in the singles, it's a very, very good guidance of strength. If Tommy is to make a comeback here, he should be able to utilize the backcourt a little bit more freely as he's playing up against this slight drift that we think there is.
It's a good rally.
Yeah.
Yeah, good net shot. Look at the lift, though.
That's fantastic rally by Chen Long.
Yeah.
Because if he was a little bit of a lesser mover, a little bit less physical strong, this would be challenging for him. But here he just plays along.
Yeah, that was the longest
So-
rally of the match so far. Yeah, tough, grueling.
Quick lift.
Serves over.
Well, Chen Long turning back to the coach's bench as if to say, was that in? Should I have played it on my forehand side? Goodness. And again. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Two incredible defensive shots on the forehand side.
Thank you.
He couldn't control the backhand.
Four, two.
Short. Oh, he gets right. Oh. And he did that with a broken racket. Would you believe it? Plays the perfect drop shot, hits the top of the tape, trickles over, broken strings. But his defensive shot earlier in that rally was extraordinary. It was a desperately short lift from Sugiyato. He guessed that it was going to go down his backhand side, and he got it back.
3, 4.
Pulled out.
4 all.
Ooh.
That was in.
Oh, he won't. Should have challenged.
He's Chen Long. He doesn't need challenges.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
There's a challenge. That was clearly in my view.
Oh, he changed now.
Oh. So now. No, well, we've got a challenge that was clearly in, but the line judge actually changed his mind, so we don't actually need Hawkeye. He won't waste a challenge here. So now, will Tommy Sugiyato challenge? No, Tommy Sugiyato knows it was in as well.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of confusion. Well, all credit to the line judge. You had made a wrong call, so he corrected himself. Well done. Good net shot. Oh, that's magnificent, isn't it? Wonderful smash.
Yeah.
Straight down the line. But Steen, just to emphasise the point we were making earlier about the strength and depth of the Super Series, you know, you've just had a quick look at the draw for next week in Paris, and these two players are meeting each other in the first round.
Yeah, I was actually looking to see if Chen Long was entered, if he was playing the French Open. Of course, only obliged to play the Premier Super Series, but he is entered into the tournament in Paris, and he plays Tommy Sugiyato in the first round. So if there's someone who are not able to watch this final, they have a chance of a rematch on Wednesday. And it just shows that, yeah, there's so much depth into badminton right now. And in my opinion, thanks to the Super Series,
Yes.
thanks to the Premier Series and the contract between the players that you have to attend the 5 premiers, that we have matches like this. One week it's the final, the next week it's the first round.
Yeah.
So don't necessarily wait until the semifinals to buy your tickets. Come and see the first round. It's not going to go Tommy Sugiyato's way, and I think he knows it.
Yeah, it comes back to this point you made right at the start, that he really hasn't got anything to hurt Chen Long with. Well, there you go. That's proved me wrong. That's put me in my place.
Yeah, but in some ways, I think Chen Long got a little bit carried away there, letting out energy, and a good defensive shot from Tommy Sugiyato. Very, very short-lived. And perhaps also, I think Chen Long feels quite confident he's going to win this match.
Yeah. Well, with a 5-point advantage here in the second game, having already won the first, it does look that way, doesn't it?
So if you're playing badminton and you have the first game 21-12, leading 11-6 in the second, you got a pretty good feeling that this is going to go your way. And that could be one of the reasons that Indonesia chose to sort of put more emphasis on the younger players. I mean, Indonesia is one of 2 or 3 countries in the world that has won most in badminton.
Yeah.
In the new era here, where since China joined and South Korea joined in the 80s, so they're not looking for runners-up spots. They're looking to win.
Yeah. And of course, the last Indonesian winner of the Denmark Open Superseries was 2009. Simon Santoso beat Mark Schwiebler in the final.
Where we had one of the greatest comeback in, I think, the semi-final. Mark Schwiebler beat Hafiz Hashim, being down 16-4 in the decider.
Crikey.
12-6.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, it was a nice idea. It was a good opportunity. Well, the problem for Sugiyato is that Chen Long has been getting so much back. He feels he's got to play the perfect shot to actually get the winner. Good rally. Yeah, once again, you know, you just think you've got to play a better and better and better and better shot. And you have to have the mental discipline to say, no, just stick with it. Here again, Tommy Sugiyato trying to play the perfect net shot. Now, Steen, you've looked up Mark Schwiebler's match against Hashim.
I was wrong. It wasn't in the semi-final. It was in the second round. Mark Schwiebler was behind 4-16 in the deciding game and came back to win it. Eventually went on to the final after beating none other than Chen Long along the way.
Wow.
15-6. Service over.
I do sometimes think Chen Long looks a little bit awkward with the round the head shot. I think it's his grip or something.
Yeah.
Bit of a panhandle, a frying pan handle
I think
grip.
around 2009 or something like that, I was asked by some of my Danish colleagues here whether I thought Chen Long would become a great player, and I said, no, I really can't imagine that. And I've had to take some heat for that statement later on, and I've of course had to change it because he's been a fantastic player. He is a fantastic player, but I was exactly judging by that. I didn't think he had the same smooth technique like, for instance, Bao Chunlei or Lin Dan or so.
Yeah.
But as we also discussed earlier, he has his own style, and he's sort of developed that to perfection. And it's so important to figure out, what do I have going for me? What is it that can be my assets?
Yeah.
And I think he's taking the shot quality to a totally new level.
Oh, good rally.
And as we discussed when Lin Dan was playing Victor Axelsen, I think Lin Dan is getting beat by Chen Long during practice. I don't think it's close between them anymore.
No.
I think Chen Long wins it quite easily, and I think that hurts the self-confidence of Lin Dan. I think he should be really, really happy with the win he got in Japan, because that's a good result for Lin Dan. If he wants to challenge for Olympic glory one more time, I think he needs to improve.
Speed of movement?
Yeah, speed of movement, definitely speed of movement.
Yeah, because to me, he's just not as fast as he was.
And some of his Steech matches that were earlier in his career, really, really lethal. They don't have the same bite in it at the moment.
No.
So
no, but
he's got his work cut out for him. But I just read that he left the military in order to sort of focus on endorsements and so on. And somebody raised the question whether, or said that maybe he needs to decide whether he wants to win Olympic gold or do a lot of endorsements. And maybe he's already decided that he's got 2 Olympic golds back home, so they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but I don't think, unless he was really focusing on the Rio Olympics, I don't believe he would be back on the circuit, in all honesty. But you've got to rate Chen Long as the favourite. If you had to pick a favourite right now, it'd have to be Chen Long.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch him play shots like that.
All in on Chen Long.
Yeah. You know, his movements, you've just talked about his quality of shot, and it is that quality of shot when under pressure like there. It's just fabulous.
Yeah. The question mark that there always is at the Olympics is, how is he going to react? Because he's not got a gold medal.
No, but he's got a medal.
He's got a medal, and the thing is that if he meets someone who's got his day, he needs to be a good player as well, and he also needs to have his day and be sort of a little bit like, oh shit, I'm playing Chen Long too early in this tournament, so I might as well give everything.
Yeah.
That could spell trouble, but otherwise I hold him as the overall favorite to win the golds.
No, he's just 3 points away from his 3rd consecutive title here. Oh, that's nice though from Tommy Sugiarto. Still defiance from the Indonesian.
And it's easy to say now that, well, maybe the lower part of the draw wasn't so strong and so on, but we can't really say that. It's because Thomas Sugiarto's playing style is simply not fit to play Chen Long.
That's a great neck shot from Sugiarto.
12-18.
Amazing.
What a fantastic rally. It's just a Beautiful rally. It's a study in balance.
19-12.
Yeah, I thought the way he lunged forward to the net on his forehand side and kept control of the body movement earlier in the rally, it was incredible.
Total control all the rally.
Yeah. Control on his net shot once again from the defending champion. And he's got 8 opportunities to retain his title.
And while we're seeing this replay, Chen Long is also enjoying the replay on the giant screen here in Odense. They played that pretty well.
Gone long. And a 4th title in total for Chen Long. A 3rd consecutive here at the Denmark Open. Yeah, number 1, he says. He is quite clearly the number 1 player in the world at the moment. 7 finals this year, 7 titles.
Just picks up the shuttle, gives it to the service judge.
Symmetry in the scoreline, 21-12, 21-12 in 45 minutes. And this is how it happened. Return of serve from Sugiarto Long of the back line.
Yeah.
Confirmation of how he won his 4th Denmark Open title. Chen Long, the world's best.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the prize-giving ceremony.
So the prize presentation coming up in just a moment. Lucky Chinese fan has got the racket, the winning racket of Chen Long. Before the presentation, Steen, your overall thoughts? I mean, we talked earlier about the disappointment for Denmark not having players involved on finals day.
Yeah, not a big disappointment, but the way it looked in the semi-finals, we could have hoped for 1 or 2 finals with Danish representation. Overall, a tournament with a lot of major upsets.
Yeah.
And the Koreans did well. China, 2 titles as normal.
Presented by Denisa, Superseries Premier 2015 medalists. And the runner-up from Indonesia, Tommy Sugiarto.
Well, for Tommy Sugiarto, a 4th Super Series tournament final and a 2nd Premier Super Series tournament final. For 2nd best
from
China, Indonesia.
Chen Long,
a 19th Super Series title.
The Yonex Denmark Open Trophy and medals
and
are
a 9th
presented
Premier.
by Paul Erik Høyer, President of the BWF.
So Paul Erik Høyer, the last man to win 3 consecutive titles here at the Denmark Open. How fitting that it is he who is presenting the medal to the man who has just emulated that and won 3 consecutive titles.
The check and mascot are presented by Penny Holst Andersen, Director of Yonex Denmark. The local gifts and flowers are presented by Morten Kiebeck, Deputy Mayor of the City of Odense.
Well, it's been the 9th consecutive year that it's been held in Odense, the Denmark Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists at the Yonex Denmark Open 2015.
Yeah. Very nice to see so many of the fans stay for the prize presentation after our last final of the day. I'm sure we'll be having a quick word with the champion once again.
It's very popular here in Denmark, Chen Long.
Yeah.
So respect from the fans to stay here and cheer him on for winning this tournament. Very, very popular. Always conduct himself in a smiling, friendly way.
Yeah.
Chen-Long, congratulations. 3 wins in a row here at Denmark Open for you. How does it feel to get yet another victory here in Denmark?
首先祝贺你在这次丹麦公开赛中获得第3次冠军，然后这场比赛的胜利让你感觉如何？
我觉得挺开心的吧，但我记得好像是第4次了。
Okay, he is very happy now, and as he remembered, it's the 4th time he win here.
What do you think of the audience here today?
你觉得这边的观众怎么样？
我觉得挺好的，因为每一年来到丹麦都会有一个不错的表现，有这么多球迷为我加油，还有我们中国的球迷为我加油，我觉得挺开心的吧。期待明年还能来丹麦吧。
Yes, he said the support from the audience here is really enthusiastic, so he wants to say thank you to all the audience here, and he wants to come to Denmark next year to win. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we would love to see him back too. Yeah, 3 consecutive titles, but 4 in total
are now concluded.
for Chen Long.
Thank you for joining us.
And that means the
We
finals
hope you
day
will
is
join us
over.
again
It all
next
started
year.
with a thrilling mixed doubles, and Go
Have a
Sung
safe
Kyung
journey
and Kim
home.
Ha-na in their
Thank
first
you.
ever Premier Super Series tournament took the final 21-9 in the deciding game against a pair who have now lost in 4 consecutive Denmark Open finals, Ahmad and Nasir. Then the women's doubles never happened because a walkover was given to the qualifiers Jung and Xing, who became the first winners of this women's doubles title, their first ever Super Series title against the world and Olympic champions. Then men's doubles, and in their 3rd consecutive final together, Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung won their 3rd consecutive Super Series title in a row, following on from Japan, Korea and now Denmark. They really have hit very, very good form. And then it was Lee Shui-rei, the defending champion and Olympic champion. She was just too good for PV Sindhu, who today appeared in her first ever Super Series tournament final. And as we've just seen, Chen Long, well, he is undoubtedly the best player in the world at the moment, winning the final against Tomi Sugiyato, his 3rd consecutive title here for Chen Long, his 4th in total. Well, as I say, that concludes the Denmark Open. The tour moves on to Paris next week for the French Super Series. We will be back with quarter-final action from Paris, but in the meantime, from all of us here in Odense, thanks for your company. Bye for now.
over.